decisions from being taken, that prevent good decisions from being implemented. Give him the wisdom from above. Father, we are looking up to you because only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa bo, Kasia bo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya se, Kasia Waye,
Onye Yimu, Nukratrodo, Kamadine Kamadine bo,
Nita Fe,
Mayentie. Kwasi ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwasi Monkwe.
Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Akasima beye dionu na no nsiabo memo achimo akwaba na no pe na ku ye February that also ye dunum enti se metimi akasa ye February bosome kra pa mu yatna si ye ba be hane ekoso my Ghana mo ya no pajumedie Ghana montie ye frame me KWASI ABOAGYE me na digmedi on chia me da asenya me shop aso echi mo video di ato anum say efi sabre copying best no do me no we fidie so e ba be din komo e ba hane ekoso my Ghana mo ana pajumedie so Sima beye dunkno de ko na duo no so we ani media ye beji the bonkrata na animu sem that the front pages of the newspapers the bonkrata no be the first to know senate here and an pay the bremo no sia boy no sia kase boy di kan kra ye free no sia kase boy na chia ye beto ayen komo no so interviews ahodo ye be cheche the bonkrata no so amamo internet stories and so you say subium edi amamo empenifo betna say but answer na beji we nyina so me do be call your internet no so ni akwa here the various news online portals no and seminal saying that and now 15th February 2023 we're grateful we're back again. I mean, first, like I said, from a peacefmonline.com, near other major online portals. See, now, you may share, you may gain some city or the various news online portals.
And some quote to call Bata, assume said don't change the major, assume Ghana Montie Jumedia so, a ye neat.
way things are going, what I sense and what I smell is the creation of two categories of people, or two classes of people. Those who have been exempted by the issuer. I think Doctor was very clear with the distinction. Yes. And then now they are calling those who refused to sign on to the debt exchange. They're calling them self-exempted. No, they simply refused to sign. They just simply want to stand by the original bond that they have with the government. And you know, the word bond is not used as a casual term. Bond means tied to. Yes. And when a government bond be tossed up and down the tides like that, flip-flop, that's a serious thing.
Yes, sir. Chezano paying come on, hopa papa, Yevedin come on. Ote Madame Sophia Kufu. Still on the domestic debt exchange program. Pensioners, yeah. We missing Kitty, I can't tell you, there be. We want our original bond. No, senior, Apamaya no call, yeah. Contract, no. Original one, sir, pepe.
With this whole thing is the destruction of the image of this nation, and something that is being done which will last for generations. It took a long time before normal Ghanaians would even buy anything that is government, because there was always the suspicion, tomorrow you don't know what will happen. Now they are reintroducing that. All that needs to be done. And Doctor was talking about a letter, simple letter that was written by the association to the minister. Exempt us from your program. I think that's the gist. I always like to distill things to their lowest common denominator. Exempt us, we are pensioners. Up to now, I've seen a copy of the letter. It's dated 7th January. According to Doctor, it was delivered on 10th January. Up to now, there's not even a note. I'm not even saying a letter, a note of acknowledgement. And yet, a few days ago, similar letters that have written to the minister have been responded to, whereby he has categorically exempted other groups. Why?
I mean, fast track is from peacefmonline.com. Other major online portals, no minimum match and 7 night you go, but still. And any be I bought man want to pay Sophia Kufu. And ya bripa was your near same way, sir. Mopa Moncania Mobeka, Monyania Mobeye, still Womujina Bebia Omujina, Usabra Womutim. It's Wednesday. It's 15th day of the month of February. Yasaba. So let's get off with the stories now on the various news online portals. Fuel prices likely to drop in February, second pricing window, IES. Now, the Institute for Energy Security, IES, is projecting a marginal drop in the prices of fuel for the second pricing window in February. IES projected the price of gas oil to drop by about 4.26% from 15 Ghana cedis 90 pesos to about 15 Ghana cedis, 25 pesos in the second week of the pricing window. Well, so Institute of Energy Security no the about to join your person much and say a call a second window February busumi muano petrol bo gas diesel and in your car ho omususu se ebo no ebeba fom ni nyina ne se omo ye monitoring no nia wo mu hunu yes ebo no beba fom die ntina ma ebo no eba beba fom eno dia no pay e nkomodia yebedi a ye de bebrɛ mu enti mefidie no mfa na ha ya Christian Achu still missing, but his shoes were found in the rubble. Agent of Christian Achu, Nana Seche, has confirmed that the Ghanaian international has still not been found, but his shoes were seen after a search in the rubble in Turkey. Enti niababe pibuno Christian Achu, Ghana nidishia obobo Turkey, Nansenya to Yerenchem Kesia isiwo Turkey asase woswo. Na besine ye hu no ena na agent de be abetuja say yes omugusu a wo mo hwe no say bia wo be hu no say nyame adaremo da so tinkwam a nia wo hu ye no so mehu ne mpaboa be mienu na mfidi a wo mo de yes anhwemu no kire say say nipa bi wo mo tinka bi say ami nipa bi wo ho no say as to whether so we are alive wo mo nya alive eno de wo mo ntimi enkyere but wo mo da so agusu a ye hwehwe ye nua Christian Achu Rade Empire Niebo. IMF assigns resident financial advisor to Bank of Ghana. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has appointed Leonard Chumo as a financial advisor to the Bank of Ghana upon request. Funded by Switzerland's State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. The resident advisor is expected to provide technical assistance and help build the capacity of the banking supervision function in the country. We know them say ya near CPO. Bank of Ghana make us say women you some phobia so be a oba beboa no betu omfo. Na wa church say mumfa we fansha ha mumfa we enra ha munya ni sei. Nyina krata Bank of Ghana for the APA wam chire say CC ade omenya advisor, technical advisor. Obi a obetu omfo. Okay, ba betu omfo. Yo yate yeda se. Yanko anyway. Still on debt exchange. Now, government extends settlement date for new bonds. The government has extended the settlement date for bonds under the domestic debt exchange program by one more week after achieving about 85% participation rate. Now, the old settlement date of February 14 has now been pushed further to February 21, 2023. According to the government, the move is to give it adequate time to properly process the settlement of the new bonds. Abai say CCR no danka say wodi tua bonds new bonds buy nanka that say wodi tua no nanka February in the to so ye eduna enra Valentine's Day ba watwe akwachi kakra ni nyina ne say hihye ne ntotoa wo ye no obese onya ebre ni kakra ka ho na wodi piapia ne ma ye enti new bonds no mo ma ne bre kakra ye February ne the to so ye aduonu baako obese tile obi a obetuatua bibia kama aban no no Abine no, Oba be through, we through, Abine no. Gabi is not important to me. He's a disturbance. Sophia Kufu fires back. Now, former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu has hit back at New Patriotic Party stalwart Gabi Asaro-Chidako over his criticism of her decision to picket at the Finance Ministry. Mr. Chidako on Sunday criticized Sophia Kufu for joining pensioner bondholders to picket to demand the total exclusion of their funds from the domestic debt exchange program. In a tweet, so it goes on. But Madam Sophia Kufu so reacted, said, Opa bet me frame say me a paranoid. One can your person can be a nipa bi say no to say Gabi no. E no mutu asun ha dwen o. Me de me cry me ni time cry the man. To fire Kufu no. Students clash with police at UG while protesting management's silence on accommodation crisis. Some aggrieved students have clashed with police at the forecourt of the Commonwealth Hall at the University of Ghana as they try to access the facility. Now, the former residents of the hall are protesting to register their displeasure over what they see as management silence on the accommodation crisis. University of Ghana, Legon, said, a dying horse and maybe a school for better. You see, why I didn't papa, Emma Oko Commonwealth Hall, a school for AB and a man for a woman, a police for a diabweni. Ninya so say, I asked a school penny for no my do. Na yenya baby na ye pe baby near the theatre. Yenya not just say ye can't. I shall be a dinsa. Right, so in some way, Diakotin, the various news online portals say a new cool 15th day of the month of February. Kakrai beti mini mwache no nie. I mean, fancy anum say na yankoni yankoji de bon krata anum infe no so mfa to aso mfa mamo. Need 100.9. It's 15 February. That's the move.
And some of quote to call Bata, assume said don't change the Maja, assume Ghana Montier so a neat.
Okay, so young share the one cratano and some no city city. The finder the Bocrata the minimum see DDEP yields 82.9 billion Ghana cedis. Other stakeholders expressed interest to participate in a similar exchange. What you say? Sika Ediaba Yoda Awo Ama buying sa domestic debt exchange programming. Finance Minister Mfuni Dahodum was Sika Abano 82.9 billion Ghana cedis. Police arrest 18 people over disturbances at University of Ghana. Police for Yeshua Machi a man for a school for Bayer a doom watch University of Ghana. Nina a mentimi wasi basabasaya a coso University of Ghana and find that the Bocratano de about daily guide the Bocratano and so Niawakan Yosi Ato Forson's fate hangs as AG closes case. Ora Ato Forson, minority leader, Nifuni down saying, ABOAGYE space, come, Nifuni down say, or say, idea, who so boat, say, Hifapran, Wujina, Ewa Brabonumu, Nina, want to mean Attorney General, a year case, Bia, or no Eddie Abono, and all Kawasem, daily guide, the Bocratano. Ekufuado Commissions Kwabenya Model School, Mampenin and other Danko Ekufuado, and Funi, and a year pain for Bridge Jano, a chi. Nia edawa anese yesi Kwabenya Model School omanpanyi akwa kubia no kama school nkoda ni bi nso etete watim say yes omu esua ade Chronicle the Bocrata Sophia Ekufu opens more fire. They say former Chief Justice yesi ejiano de obiegu gabi susa ni aban ni nyina nhihye Finance Ministry aban dia ba domestic debt exchange program teach you wom kwa ahomegiem pensioners no wodi nhu agimu bia chese de bia wom kokotena Finance Ministry na wotwetwe mu no wom hye ase ene woda so a wodim ginem o se da bi menyankoye mu ensesa mu adwan so ensesa adwan da La Bianca Boss heads a Hunter Traditional Council openia woda La Bianca ejumekuo na no Jacqueline Eunice ne ba CCCR edin edi afre no Nana Akwezi abrabo a wotoso ednan a Hunter Traditional Council CCR wono ni peni oba beda ano ada Chronicle the Bocrata no Ghanaian Times the Bocrata no so see DDEP government gets 83 billion Ghana cedis representing 85 participation sa semi amichichi mu se eda se the Bocrata bako enim sa so na the Ghanaian Times and so eka wasem sika edi ebre domestic debt exchange programming omo signing sika nka say aban ebetimi akwakodi amanfo nsem make say CCR am signing up untunu which means no eba beka aban ensem Ghanaian Times the Bocrata no edenim Daily Graphic the Bocrata domestic debt exchange program kroya semi enso down say and now when we say repair works on Kolebu roads underway nancy Daily Graphic ed baba tu just say Kolebu ekwan na de CCR say na esi enye emu etutu a che say portos no enya asem ketwa em so de betu dwa no ama empenifo nso etu ho anamo make say wo mu CCR kwan no ɛwɔ yɛ Kolebu ɛkwan no so a wɔde mfoni no wɔde aba ha no mu saying nation records 0 cholera cases since 2020. They say fiti be afe 2020 no cholera yare no de Ghana enya dia ya recording any new case bia. Okay. I see that's a good one. So no cholera. And see the MCA di ehu nipa o e Ghana ha no say. Ana
ensem ekọ twikọ bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana muntie dwumadie so. Neat.
No cra yanko eni yanko ji no nsia kase ebo no chire ye besan ba ne aba beto aso Ghana muntie no nsia
Adeshimaima Yamamuachi Ediba Peace 104.3 FM so abo no nsia Omamuni ama wudu osun nsema yensaka ne agudie mu nsem ene de ebramu ensemi asantemam nso krobia asante kotokohin wotumfo setu ababio opemso na asase so adum osikani nyansani Dr. Sekwame despite abronsan kesere mu adum kumase hello 101.5 enu ye KGT CNN Samson kwam nyameche ene se wabrakatuo Starboy omapia ede atum okay 101.7 and neat 100.9 mienu kia ho wabeka nkanta enkrankropomu ene yewo muntie na yesemu pan Sefila FM Tamale Rock FM Tadi Dynamite Otakwa Bosumi FM wachimso adro ena chimansa ewo achimda Eagle FM Cape Coast Coastal FM enwo mankasim oti anka wanzima FM enzima otine nimpotem eyo beyond enkwanta Star FM Atebu The Beat sewiasawe so Liberty FM sewi so Jewel FM dua yankwanta Rich FM so asomse kabo ewo asinfosu peacefmonline.com GhanaToday.com Hot Digital Radio London nakane eyo hima krum enei eyo hin krum ensema na nopa wuku ede so mono emu atwotwo wrobi ene yeboboso yi
Krata Efrimampanyi Nana Adodanko Akufuado na so ye Jubilee Abankesie mu abeto dwa efa ensem bia edi ahim dia de ncheche won sentrefo mu se Owura James Kek oseibi ne ho akoka adwemu
Empanufo eda KMA Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly so ede Bob makumaku ahamienu amasuku suntu aso awodo sede be han ebeto suku mu ho
Dagomba fo hene ya owo epoye mantamu edi afutu ama ne nuanom nkuma ne mpanyimfo nyina se sebe entokwa ese wo mudin dodo wo mu hia asumdwe ne nkabomu eduo mu ntwa ntokwa no so wo mantifi mantamu do
enran so no nyanfo esla ousu akufo su kopie mra hye bedwafie emensem bia mpanifo busa no odi anu yamo
na ye kopie mu ewo Cameroon man mu so atodwa ese Marburg yade no wo mo ebia unity ewo horomo amapomudi mpanyimfo ehunu
Ghana Premier League nso guso ekoso na watwa wie ye giremu didenden agese mu be de mu behwam Kumasi Santo Kotokofobia Kazo folk ena eya mediama eni aduana sas omukomanimpa na se wonso no teams ne bi guo se cham
alishima ma weni san hodo ena yaboa no a yesi nkonwa no pay ede esommo yemfaseda emanyumako yi
Suzy Heba Center na ebo echido mena no pesampa oba ne bema yo ho aduro na nya hoden bosumi etosumi enum ne yewoyo wakwantwa akabosumi makomako edu ene fa ansa na fi akona wieye o mayade ye onofo de amasa danto asema asem kese ne beto anhwa na wato na nanam wonsiado ntiaka fu CB men capsules ene CB women capsules ede ama emane mema obi anya no waduru se da be nyi ache na edma hwe yire ne yemane yakunum na abrabom so ayede nipa da sane de owonko a na owade tisha ne so se wo padu papa no mwati mesisi wo so kama onipadu ma yo sire nsesrawo watimi akwabade a eno ani CB Heba product idea ba adwaso ne capsules no yetopa ebubobi na afagu yemu pebi ato a 0247111671 0246578750 yedemu kopemo JA Pani Company Limited Owura John Pani achima na ma sede she eno akofade abadwaso ne jai by 20 disinfectant and there baby a wanting one bia kadon eho ebete ade denti na meka ne sa de nim na nim anopa yen so kanea enhwere nim anadwo itanse JA bane de aye biafo aye bi me hu se ampa se tarazo so se tas washroom hall schools hospitals hotels abobuano angran fie mo be se wote wan na ehwa papa de ehwam etimi gifio ne be bia aye afa ban 20 na fa twitwi wo kama number be fra pe bia to 0243 104 883 and 0541 808096 som na bogubo dependable herbal product e won so de ja awon so ne be ma yade ya obi benya wa ne fi yade so ho den wa no den na timi ko ba nyame nti onsa bekwa no ne mom se yade bubugu mpama oh kafra sorry kentire ho so obetma kentire ho people na wakwa ni ma dependable herbal home omunro papa om dia bobu na kokoko aguntumpo ano ha no wona ma no anwe ne se ewe no etete na keka no untimi ntiti baabi ade ne gu no kobomodi anso obenya dependable herbal product bi na enso na ahya se eto no hwe emframa jampantu bia wo manchi nyankopɔ de fe wiem sasabrofo no bom nka se munyam ho aduro ne enso ni beto se wo mpese sababa ka to dem akɔpɛ dependable ne bi 0242 222 3555 0242 222 3555 this so chocolate drink do hiani so share ina monti yanka akanka se bormi yame na ahofadua achenkwa na menum bremu wodi ankan kwa mi aboa enafi
mame biama kwafo afensem no enem mampanyi abediache vice president na sueye enam mampanyi asueye so ewo Jubilee Bankesie mu ede krata bi ababonten na samo mbeso mukanyina ne se wo mate sense ndwefo eka ho asem se ora James Kek osei a oye civil servant bi a oye adwuma ewo mampanyi asueye ese director of administration no mo chese se de ensem no kakono womo ede anuye no ma ba na feso woma tentenema ma se ne beya obi abehunu asam no nokorapoten ya ewomu wo kyerese otumre akyeresie na April bosome no ne da ne to so aduonu so emfiempime no ene aduonu mienu emu ena ora James Kek oseyi wo cho krata tentente ede koma commissioner general ya oda GRA ano esenka wontimi emwa no na 15 containers bia eye mo a wakra aba wontimi enkonko yi sa containers no na wo kyeremu se le krata wo troye no na eni ho kwan se wotimi etro sa krata no esan se na wo kyeremu a krata no wo kyeremu ese sa emo no wo mo de ba bedi dwuma so sonko edi Ramadan afashe nti wo mo pemo na kyerse wo mo de edi a mampanya so ye na ehia sa ade yi na Ghana Revenue Authority wo mo emfi nti wo mo nsoso ede to oraka ekosei enim tro krata ede komano ese enya obi foforo aba ese sa emo no a ewo container mu no eye ne dia na wo kyerse bra oraka ekosei ete sa asem no ena osan tro krata foforo July bosu mi na to so enum emfiempi mienu ene aduonu mienu ede koma commissioner general biom eda GRA no eka kire wo mo se ne krata na 27th April 2022 otro edebre wo mo no krata to so mienu ba betwa sa krata num enti anamontu obi a commissioner na sha asesu wotu ede afa krata edikan ho no wo sere no ada onhwe se obetwentwen so anase obetwam enti September bosumi no mfiempi mienu ene aduonu mienu na vice president na suye no enya ntiese ora James Kek oseyi ya to sa afre no ewo special prosecutor asoye se wo mra meboa wo mo na ehwehwemu a efa emu bi a yakra fra mo no ne aba wo mo amuno mutimi enye sa ehwehwemu no na vice president asoye kyerese adia no womote ye no womo ebojo so pa special prosecutor atonsa afre no enti womo ma kwan special prosecutor ento aso na hwehwemu bi e fa sa asem no ho no wontimi enye no enkosi asem we nam so ama enano efiada February bosu na to so edu wa fiye mu no owura oseyi ya hyeso ma bepie mu wo court ya enano dwada ya February bosu na to so edu emiensa okopie mu wo court na wo kire say free brass special prosecutor ede ho asem ebetu dwa no na chief director owo mampanyi asoye wo Jubilee Bankesie mu wo no so na so ono ahyase ekran so a wono so eye nsem no mu enhwehwemu se ne civil servants for wo momra no wo mo hyehye etie eti wo kire se wo hwe kwan a Yera James Kekose yi wo fa so na kire se emra ne hyebi ho no mu a friends wan fa anya adwuma na wo kire se nia oye secretary wo mampanyi abedi akire aso ye nko a ene wo tumi se obejina mampanyi abedi akire aso ye no anamu atro krata bia etesa ya Owura James Kekose yi wonni sa tumi no kura ese wo betro sa krata nti wo mofoa special prosecutor na muntu bia wotu e dia fa se be ya emra ne hyehyeye ebetimi aye adwuma nti sane asem no etie pepepe nie and Yera Augustine Blay ya o secretary to the vice president e vice president secretariat nensa ehyasia ode aba
Everyone penfo KWASI cha Ghana mrashebe fie no nyafo esla osu ekufo nso ekohobi oto yosafo esanso eyemrashebe dwani na wokoye no na ononyafo Joseph Kwame Kuma a oyemrashebe dwani madehye wakintampo abato mpetro so ena ebuza nse ononyafo esla osu e na nse se wo mempatam na wo ye kwa dobecha no kunkun network enya adwuma ama memanfo esupanti da ben ena enkwansu a wo cheche no ebi beso yeso ne seka kumagini kwa kwani mtina sabe prediasa aboso ba ne meja panti onyafo eslosunsu bomodi nyadaje eyi ne ho ano nazmo ka nyina se oguzo ne tako so no mechenwumaku aboa me etimi di nkomo e wo tete fon so no ye adwuma sade be ya enkronkumanku ne mmea bia networks no anya adwuma no ebetimi aye adwuma na hwebe wose 2016 enfempio ne edunsiam amne mo madwen se eye nkumankuma mu no Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication ayetwa ne tiafa ne GIFEC womo abeboa ama anye bia akura no mmea be apem ene enum 1005 project womo betini se te ampaniampa omatenete edefruo inti omo toaso yentie se de ononyamfo esla akufu ode anuye etu dwa omrahye bedwafie.
My information is that GIFEC has rural telephony sites in Vinonho, Kawampe, Kunso, Manchala, and Nyame, which are currently on air. However, Mansara and Kawam communities have not been included in the rural telephony project. Mr. Speaker, the National Communications Authority will continue to collaborate with the mobile network operators and GIFEC to extend network coverage to the towns that have not yet been catered for. It is, however, capital intensive, and we will reiterate our need for the support of this august House in securing the needed funds to provide universal connectivity and narrow the digital divide.
No nyamfo esla osu ekofo ena moterenka ochirem de ntia ebia emiamia bi bepem na obotete fo no so a obatu kunkun na so 20 ye de omunya acha so amoto aso na opanion no so busa asem we wo ma se bedwafie ayo no nyamfo Joseph Kwame Kuma ono nyamfo a ono ginamma Peace FM abato mpeto aso Emmanuel Akwale na bedi akire ene William Gentu omene ono so kasai se no ono so kai
na network no engine ochimenya full bar wo phone so to say network wo ho nso wo fra na kancho say out of coverage mansra me frɛ obi anopa yi ansa na me no mo ekasai me sa frɛ obi wo dwene ho na me frɛ obi wo Kawampe a o kyerɛ say ba bi a me ne kasa no wo ba towards dawa na wo nya me yie no na Kawampe kroman kasa ye nti ewo mu say omo atwaja atum na dwuman eye enso ani na adenti a media kyira me ma mansa nyina ate ama Minister of Communication and Digitalization asenate ena technocrats a omukọ twaje to samfidie mu se enya adwuma no me mamate se enya adwuma yie kotokasa mu enya effective na challenge a ewo maye eye one economic situation nsende no dwadie eye like social media eka ho
we ayo no nyamfo Joseph Kwame Kuma
Epoe mantam mo dagomba fo nyina ehene Chief Osman Adams na wakasa edi atudwa ese nanse mentifi mantemudo basabasa ye yiniti e wotitru boko ye namso ama adehye bia faso ato nanom e wonse do ye ni nyina ye nuanma sojafo enim se bia wo mo ene bo akra ne japade ne ade ho ban ye mbebo adehye ho ban nanso ankwanko ne sa wo mo ne twa wo mo ho e bubo wo mo atuo e ma sa to ye nchemi e ba beto wo mo na wo kire se mpempi wo behwe you mentifi mantemudo da bia ntokwa e na yo ochina say yo ti da ben kura enna sa menteme ho ase pintem ne ntokwai eto betimi atwa esanse ema wo mo gidim bone pa ena esai wo mani mo nyam se mentifi mantem do adehye enti wo de adesede eto mentifi mantem adehye nyina enim esesebe ye di nipa ena chichiri kuro na so wo mo yo madwene se da bia ombekeka wo mo ho wo mbekire wo mo ho awe wo mbe basabasa twetwe gya e de atoto nkrofo adam ekunkum nipa ene dia wom nkai hunu se sika ene ade a aban ede beba abeboa mampuntunwuma akọ no se sika na aban ede bedi dwuma ama esebe entokwa ne japade a wom sese ne ade no watimi asama si dadam tie be den passe mpuntu edi mpuntu odie ebi betimi akoso ewo honomom na dagomba hine de sansemi etudwa ebra kofodua dagomba fo wom ehye wom fa okofodua zongo na mpanyufo twetwewuro MC ono na woni Dwaben South Kropomu Honorable Aikapel Jesse na Ohobi afe New Dwaben South Mashebedwani Honorable Michael Ochre Befi onoso no ho ena New Dwaben North so Mashebedwani Honorable Nana Ejebuaten ene mpanyifo twetwe ropi wo mu nyina e wo ho no mo mdo munim de enum onyam ekota dwumedie no achi
Isla sumutwe no especially boy in money enya kura the money edi boy enya kura omo twatu yenyina e ba kun moja koro ene we mu yenyina na Adam na mma enti omo njai ma watimi wa kameno emze bia mo twatu na atumudie mura tagbon eni ye kwense boku nyina e ma atumudie mura hono mu
ene a woti ye eye dagomba fo hene ye wo epoye mantam emo Chief Osman Adams na enwachi ena New Dwaben South aban krache penye wo hono mo yamano asetena pa hene ai sanse wo hwe asetena woni dagomba fo ne tia na chese ekoyie pa wabom modin yie na MC no efa so ekire na niso de kire na nanom adagomba de hye ese wo mo aka nwuma pa wo ye nwuma pa aban na eye de aboa mampotem hono mo ene baabi a wo mo tie so no empuntu atimi aba ho
me shapo se ye bayiri ye ho ni aye adwumaden ama mpuntuo bebre aba kofodua New Dwaben South ha songo aye gina ha nyame nchade edwana muhu no ye ba betrem ni aye ne kese asase ye gina so ye ba be ye no interlocking pavement block na ma kofodua dwa no so emu atene ama amanfo atimi adwudwa e wa ha enti ene eye anigye da ene eye mpuntuo da
ene a woti ye eye New Dwaben South aban krache penye ohon mo Honorable Aikapel Jesse Apel Jesse ya ni nkonwadin ede nana asetena pahene na otene nka no Michael Akrofi ene bo ansemi anobai
ya de mu ko asantimem na asantimem ayakro yanya ne nchese ononyamfo Samuel Pan ay twani jafene sampan wakwa adoe bi emu ohwam na emu ode na atene babia ni nyane sen wagina Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly 2011 KMA anem edi nyoma eye Bob enkane ehire makumaku ahamienu edi amasukus makumaku edunum se womunye na miamia bia esum kabisi wo ho no omfa mo boho na won hire na mofra no sunya kukuduro entimi ensua de Oronyamfo sampan ene sentwofo twetwe nkomo enra no enodi tu dwa se aban na nado danko akufo ado eda no ade abakwa na hia de pa ne ehumasua papa enu nti so no so be KM boss na suku so awodo wa santima mo ba be suku ni so se suku mu ayesum classroom ayesum demetra ayesum suku na bobo anu ayesuma ontimi transfer financial ndemri fam anye bia akwa na mni bia besenko ono no ye teacher na abekọ na sampan kratwa kona so wo chade o school mu ha tumi se brofo wo we ni se akono endesi ame na dom na be KM boss na ni nyama mo da so chade na sukufu suku ni so a wo tumi fa na tinkyerem enu nti ena enko hia se Bob makumaku ahenu odi amasuku makumaku edunum se da be maboboa no ni school dem ne miamia e wo school mu ho no ebetimi ahyen esanso beboa e mahuma sua ne adekire nso aya akono yentie ononyamfo sampan
Debia Mikase, a Gumasua, a home for so more maybe. And Tiaso Assembly no. Yafamudia, ye, at the Bois say, Sukua, Hodua, a Wokumasi metropolitan area no. Yabebwa, and said ne, she say, Yabeda, and him say, or more dormitories nibi, classrooms nibi, is soon ever ho. Schools nibi so say, or more MONTIE, is soon ever ho. Until our schools be Brazil, Pokuara, nom, armed forces. Kumasi Anglican Senior High School, Islamic Senior High School, Kumasi Girls. Schools no be brewo Kumasi no. Yadi kind at the street lights, a kobobo, amon se ho, a be shrina, bonnet, and koso. Into your classroom, no dormitories no so isum ever ho. Into your so yetu yansa, and ne, yama or more bulbs are energy saving bulbs. A yenema, midu and amiansa, and a beboa. Edi kind, a boa womutia, say light bill no, a bema bono, akofom.
Eni amutie ye kane eye teacher ni kane na osai mayanka he ene mprempen oye Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly obenipo dan onunyanfo Sampan na wo wie no na Metro Education Director onunyanfo David Opon ono nso adetudwa se enipa dia wosaye na emukosugu eye Sampan so ni ko emia oma ko mani bewu papa enso wa kire se o wasantema hodo
Yomaya no pay no so ye nipa se wo hwe mfaso ewo enkane a yebenya no we school mu ene adesua ho a wo ka ho asem a adebese enti ebeboa pa beboa ma adekire ne adesua koso ye hwe se wakọ classroom na ho yesum ebeden na akwala no kra tumi akenkan ebeden na teacher ne no tumi ehun nese se wo tworo enti se yenya nkane a we classroom sunu na ho nyina ye hyiren a ebeboa ma adesua ne adekire nso so akoso various campuses behwe na nkwala bia na se awudifo bia kwahye ba bi na omudi bone se your light ewo various campuses ni nyina omo eba school mu bedi bone ene ade nyina o school ho no gidi se to betwa enti ye da seda ememayo na yakoso asere se ye wo ha hodo pi aban ne bon ho moden ye de obetumi bia bebre bia nso ebeto yensa dia friend so omebo aye no so na omamom na ye enti ade amaye
eni amutie yo pani oye kwanchefo we ho masua so ewo pomu Owura David Opon
Eusia utie kase boy free peace 104.3 ye dan ho agenkrato ye ba ye beto aso
Peace FM. So wakoma ho hyehyɛw ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde na sɛ wo ye na sɛ wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwai entem ahwie nsu agu glass mu ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
The Abuka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo home. Ransbane, Media, Samsung, Carwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Okokumimle. CCTV a Buama monitor of properties new business at anywhere in the world. CCTV a need a what detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. What's me connect my phone? Our monitor baby a we are CBR. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances are Becca Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or Tom phones and their home accessories. For 0544 95 9195 and 020 79 37 323 and now so Bako Memle City Light in Chehwa. Now you can discounts any at Chadia Betsiasi. Freddy's Corner, home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Amen.
Some say DJ Asen
Asiane say what the army na Johnson yen our herbal ayarsan bio na kunimdie adasidie na asia ene abasobode nko a apom dimo hoto a wode abra manfo efri enti so ekosi ya nasie ehina yade sha ami hu ensa yade wode ne nro ne abefo efidie echi yade no kunu one time
Amin at the herbal modern was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekuye nyarewa
say sukun fofra amano ne behwe ekwane a yade herbal say yade ewo army
when nanti and I did need you from say so we power yare bi hyehyɛ ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah enyame
mu a ayaresa beba ami the free screen na hyehyɛ so saa bere yo etifa ho gym na won show free
ami wodome wo be old sniffer
ultra modern branch wa Klagon Tama Road free 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254 Amin Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM. Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Awusiafo ya to akase ba no so na yakọ amanone ensem emu na pomodin panyimfo a womo ewo Cameroon maimo womo kyese womo de womo mfidie ne adegu fo mo hu se nipa mienu bi ewo oman no mu a womo nya Marburg virus no ebi na ba bia womo nya no no eben womo ne Equatorial Guinea man no ehye so na saa ya de womo ekohunu ye na wo kyese esa nipa mienu womo ntu kwan twa boda no womo kase bia womo kofa efri Equatorial Guinea eno womo ba wura omanmo enti mpanyimfo gu so dendende a wo mo hwe obia wo mo ne na adi ahia wo mo ne na di nkita ho de friend contact tracing no wo mo ahyase a wo mo eyem na amansan kubata ne nkwabata wo hwa pomuden sa so mekire World Health Organization wo mo so de contact tracing teams ahodo akopiem ewo Equatorial Guinea epoye FM se wo mo so betimi aboa na yade no entimi entretre sei enipa bese enkono na enam sa Marburg virus yi eso ato nananum wonse do ewo Equatorial Guinea wo kire se nipa base edunsia 16 omuso so se jam wo manya yare no ebe ne sei wo ma hye ese bi amanfo akwanto bebrebe nante ne saa niema no wo mo abra se mobia entu kwan mobia nante ne ade titru wo mo ene Cameroon mino ahye so wo mo edita bro ato akwanto ene se de oni nipa ebedi ahia eso
afe ball bo Ghana Premier League no eguso a ekoso de denden na first round no mo dia ba wieye a je say enka yejitu nwoma ye nyase nka bia World Cup de bebo mu a ka mo ba home be na wotwemienu kwabosumi bi ansoma start second round no ezan say emre eni wonti no second round no hyase anesa enti kotokole na ha ase mediama aduana stars Kotoku Royals Great Olympics omunyina agira kono na wadwa wie ye bai o ma sa to aso na wadwa atwam no Kotoku Royals ayen na ba ye boy ye da to no anye ya mayen ye ko kai eno mo de ko boss twa emienu ene ete baako ba pim nei Kotoku Royals eni bebe osi akan e Ghana ha to na vichire eye Cape Coast Sports Stadium ya to na bia bebe emrantie begia ye train kra no na ho akwa de ediama omgusu tiam gu aban sanke be ya eye Achimdan Sports Stadium eye aban adwapade na aban mu penifon so share boss Kotoku Royals qualify nti won be sa park no ama Kotoku Royals timesi akan e wa Achimdan no enka ban penifo sa ehye sa abo no omuvu se enyo oyo na ochima nsu nya ball papa bi no monhwe na de akika kwane de siyankopo amfafie na Kotoku Royals sentiment sanko nchi ankwesi akan e wo dance sports stadium anwa da achi bi eni eche betie na ten omanze bukof omko division 2 na division 1 erademwa no munkam na ukwa Champions League European Champions League na emu odepra emperifona hyehyɛ ade ntaye akono park papa no mutisi wakan enye Ghana de bia nsensan be kɔ na ahye na mponche wefa na enwan na mfa enye no bi sa wo Champions League pa wo TV so a eche so wo park ne so eni da wonwan se UTV efa chese bonu to mba tetwraw na enu a AC Milan ebo modern Tottenham Hotspurs yoma wa 2 ewo Milan for park so omusimuchi omisiedi so mena de ebe wo enu ane pine baako Tottenham de yebete obwa hwehwere yapon omantimanti Messi Mbappe Neymar omajuomudin ewo PSG ena Messi omunkwan de yebehye hwan ena ka kirao ba manic for modern to mo krum France omudu opna mo say le comprampa na mo jesu wi mesue no so mbaje ena ye ba manic for kire wi mesue fuoi PSG fu Messi ginam Pain ekabako wombeto ombetimoti omentimante ene eye Borussia Dortmund womo ene Chelsea ene de beboso ene Kra Bruce womo so omni Benfica ene de beboso nti Champions League no emu ayede ya hye PSG ni de ayede papa AC Milan so etimi hye Tottenham aha ene edi agudie nsem no so AC
Kasiebono SC ensumeto dwa na edi mu akoten bi ne se krata bi efri mampanya be de chia so ye nam mampanya so ye e wo Jubilee Bankesie ma beto dwa ese abrante James Osai a mo ayakra efri amno ne e container hodo mu wode no ho be for mo no special prosecutor aton safre no a asoye che se wo mo etai special prosecutor chi anamo bi e wosu otu no odi yetu yi no wo mo fo ane so
ononyanfo eslawusi so mguso se enkurase eni nkronkumenkuma ofra ebeko
medin edemame biama kwa fomene
nana ahofedua achenkwa na menum bremu wodi ahenkan kwame yeboa ye kam se nyumekweta yachi dependable herbal home me se ahontoso ene ne bema ewiema starte awoso enu amframa jampanturu bi aba ahomache no ECG for ne yebo mabaso so omanum light eni amframa ho na ye dafa ho ni nyina achi no se yade ene ebi fa kiraba enzu obeto ama manfo sasabura komo ho ena mikotudwe maposo tutume kafra uhia dependable herbal home koko na etete koko timi go obi ani ase koko timi go obi motuom koko emu obi ntimi ne di koko emu obi kwa na bia bo sumi na wotwe no woda so hye wode kafra oyale fra 0242 223 555 ken uhia koko adru na ni nyina ne sen Suzy Herbal Center so eginim eye CB men capsules and CB women capsules no kwani nyame anim nie eduro de wo ye na de ma de ba na de mema de ba na efie ayedin yesi we num agya we num na we anom ebebo mu anya che obenya hoden na de adwuma bia wo yo obu akonum aduro asabe empam aduro num kwa na onim nom koso anada enna de woman so obewo se che ya na asa anche wanyem entinya pampane ne hia tie ubenya hoden na benyi che mo ahwe oye no mma ahwe ukun na wonkwa na utimi koba na ene hia tina CB men capsules ene women capsules no segma na de ye na CB so
Neat FM nio
no mu hu many kone pedicure dey ye bo amom use CB so azeko opoku he akola ketwa na so bagma no sresre afa 0247 111 671 and father is my baba 0246 578 750 J.A. Bani Company Limited. Ekuti niura. Se ukwo J. Bani wa aja wajo. Edwa etwie edi betwi ni fresh. Tira bi na wuro obi washroom na opi aso. Ye sister ni huni. Bra na wona na hihye wona nyanze bia ompe wo. Enka ni peduan de efe wo ho akono ankasa. Na so na no obesere wo wura washroom wo se se ni peduan keke. Oni ni huni ba go ofie sei wadwa ye pe ni oba besia abubo bibre na toto nyan mesre wada uhia JA Bani Company Limited by 20 ni bi mesia fen say by 20 disinfectant a new one ano dene e yin carboni bia in the hospitals afie ankrankra mumpe bi nto Shoprite Accra Mall game onko kwa achima bo abu dwom nyina e bi wo ho 0243 104 883 and 0541 808096. Yeah, women so no num
Ghana Montie Uti oha echi ponkno Neat FM.
Hey, catch it. List ni nie. Enyoma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Asew. Now beka. Ya jontuma miensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wepi ho. O ka se batete. Eda fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Kracha bepe baba wari.
Aso.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ye sori anopa no ne ye nom. Ye bi she fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho anu ne ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne ye nom. And this way no ti anu a, he se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
It's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
MONTIE Oha Exi Ponkno. Needs FM.
Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE.
Oh, there's some pepper. Cassia Bo. Kowaka Temunsa. Amaya Sa. Cassia Boye.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kamadine men kamadine bo.
Nita Fe.
Mama yentie. Kosia Boaji 100.9.
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Cannot fathom the reason for something being done in a particular way, especially when it's been done for others, but it's not being done for others. I start getting suspicious. I've grown to be to the age where I've seen it all, and therefore I easily become suspicious. Gabi Ochredako can call me paranoid. I don't care. We're talking about people, we're talking about human beings, we're talking about people who have served this country and have served well and served hard. Not easy service when you're not a member of government and you're calling yourself a member of government. So that's all I've got to say about this matter. Problem with this whole thing is the destruction of the image of this nation, and something that is being done which will last for generations. It took a long time before normal Ghanaians would even buy anything to anything that is government, because there was always the suspicion, tomorrow you don't know what will happen. Now they are reintroducing that. All that needs to be done. And Doctor was talking about a letter, simple letter that was written by the association to the minister. Exempt us from your program. I think that's the gist. I always like to distill things to their lowest common denominator. Exempt us, we are pensioners. Up to now, I've seen a copy of the letter. It's dated 7th January. According to Doctor, it was delivered on 10th January. Up to now, there's not even a note. I'm not even saying a letter, a note of acknowledgement. And yet, a few days ago, similar letters that have written to the minister have been responded to, whereby he has categorically exempted other groups. Why? The way things are going, what I sense and what I smell is the creation of two categories of people, or two classes of people. Those who have been exempted by the issuer. I think Doctor was very clear with the distinction. Yes. And then now they are calling those who refused to sign on to the debt exchange. They're calling them self-exempted. No, they simply refused to sign. They just simply want to stand by the original bond that they have with the government. And you know, the word bond is not used as a casual term. Bond means tied to. Yes. And when a government bond and we tossed up and down the tides like that, flip-flop, that's a serious thing.
On where we are as a nation and what part of the contribution you want to. So I want at least one of you to tell me exactly what it is that is so egregious.
We know that you talk about moving from 0 to 15. But you see, none of us contracted bonds at 0%. So it's hard for us to even make a comparison from 0. Whereas we look at it from what terms we accepted when we took our bonds that were issued. And if we are haggling over 3%, that should tell you how dire our situation is and how vulnerable we are. If 3% means so much to us, So that's what we want you to look at. We are asking for you to totally exempt us from this program. We are not that many, you know. You know the total value. You do know that a third of us or so go beyond 5%. But those 5 years. But you know, when people were buying bonds, they saw the terms of the bonds. And they had objectives when they bought bonds. Their objectives are that they are looking for maturities to match certain plans in their lives. And that is why people picked bonds that they picked at the time that they did. So even though it's a good thing that you may be wanting to bring some people whose bonds mature way beyond 2028 to that point, bringing it forward to 2028 or so, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing that you're doing for them, because they have their objectives and they know why they picked the bonds that they picked. But please, we depend on our coupons. We've done all the math. We know what to expect. We know how to add that to whatever other income we get, either from Social Security or whatever. We've planned our lives around these bonds. Some people, when they do the computation, they tell you that what they are going to be getting per month or so is just like 1,000 cedis or 2,000 cedis or something, but they have planned their lifestyles around it. So please, total exemption is what we ask. We are not many. Please look at us and do this for us. We are vulnerable. We don't want to be a burden on you, on the country, or on our children. We want to be a burden on ourselves. And so we planned our lives in such a way that we will be a burden on ourselves. So please, know that you will give us some good hearing and consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for this. You know, the challenge that we have is that we have an economic crisis. We do have an economic crisis. And I think if people truly want the elongated bonds, that's easier to do. It's less burden on us. We thought, you know, really, and that was one of the huge things that Dr. Edward Anani and co were saying, that look, this 12 years is too long, I'll be dead by then. And so we found it, you know, necessary to find a way to bring it to 5 years. The question that we have is that if we do not get our economy stable, you know, your 18 or 40% or whatever would mean nothing. So it is crucial that we get this economy stable. It is crucial that we ensure that our foreign exchange issues are resolved so that there is integrity in whatever numbers we put here. And the question that I'm saying is Boami, Namensumin Boao, because I need to make sure that the economy is stable.
Retired. This is our only source of income. If you take it away, are you signing our death warrants? It is just not right.
They are totally exempted from this animal called domestic debt exchange program. I invested my money because that is what I'm going to live on. I don't have anybody. As I sit, I'm not well, but I have to come and sit here breathless, trying to breathe. And you've taken my money. I mean, this is unacceptable. As my sister said, they did not even engage as my money that you have even used to do your foolishness. And you want us to pay. You don't want to sacrifice. And you don't get anybody else but pensioners. Are you human? Are you normal? What is it? Please tell them they should exempt us totally. We are the last people they should approach. We respect ourselves, so that the words that will come out from our mouths will not.
when I cannot fathom the reason for something being done in a particular way, especially when it's been done for others, but it's not being done for others, I start getting suspicious. I've grown to be to the age where I've seen it all, and therefore I easily become suspicious. Gabi Ochiridako can call me paranoid. I don't care. We're talking about people, we're talking about human beings, we're talking about people who have served this country and have served well and served hard. Not easy service when you're not a member of government and you're calling yourself a member of government. So that's all I've got to say about this matter. Problem with this whole thing is the destruction of the image of this nation, and something that is being done which will last for generations. It took a long time before normal Ghanaians would even buy anything to anything that is government, because there was always the suspicion, tomorrow you don't know what will happen. Now they are reintroducing that. All that needs to be done. And Doctor was talking about a letter, simple letter that was written by the association to the minister. Exempt us from your program. I think that's the gist. I always like to distill things to their lowest common denominator. Exempt us, we are pensioners. Up to now, I've seen a copy of the letter. It's dated 7th January. According to Doctor, it was delivered on 10th January. Up to now, there's not even a note. I'm not even saying a letter, a note of acknowledgement. And yet, a few days ago, similar letters that have been written to the minister have been responded to, whereby he has categorically exempted other groups. Why? The way things are going, what I sense and what I smell is the creation of two categories of people, or two classes of people. Those who have been exempted by the issuer. I think Doctor was very clear with the distinction. Yes. And then now they are calling those who refused to sign on to the debt exchange. They're calling them self-exempted. No, they simply refused to sign. They just simply want to stand by the original bond that they have with the government. And you know, the word bond is not used as a casual term. Bond means tied to. Yes. And when a government bond can be tossed up and down the tides like that, flip-flop, that's a serious thing. You know, when I cannot fathom the reason for something being done in a particular way, especially when it's been done for others, but it's not being done for others, I start getting suspicious. I've grown to be to the age where I've seen it all, and therefore I easily become suspicious. Gabi Ochiridako can call me paranoid. I don't care. We're talking about people, we're talking about human beings, we're talking about people who have served this country and have served well and served hard. Not easy service when you're not a member of government and you're calling yourself a member of government. So that's all I've got to say about this matter. Problem with this whole thing is the destruction of the image of this nation, and something that is being done which will last for generations. It took a long time before normal Ghanaians would even buy anything to anything that is government, because there was always the suspicion, tomorrow you don't know what will happen. Now they are reintroducing that. All that needs to be done. And Doctor was talking about a letter, simple letter that was written by the association to the minister. Exempt us from your program. I think that's the gist. I always like to distill things to their lowest common denominator. Exempt us, we are pensioners. Up to now, I've seen a copy of the letter. It's dated 7th January. According to Doctor, it was delivered on 10th January. Up to now, there's not even a note. I'm not even saying a letter, a note of acknowledgement. And yet, a few days ago, similar letters that have written to the minister have been responded to, whereby he has categorically exempted other groups. Why? The way things are going, what I sense and what I smell is the creation of two categories of people, or two classes of people. Those who have been exempted by the issuer. I think Doctor was very clear with the distinction. Yes. And then now they are calling those who refused to sign on to the debt exchange. They're calling them self-exempted. No, they simply refused to sign. They just simply want to stand by the original bond that they have with the government. And you know, the word bond is not used as a casual term. Bond means tied to. Yes. And when a government bond can be tossed up and down the tides like that, flip-flop, that's a serious thing.
100.9 Ghana Montie Sino Asiogo today, Wednesday, 15th day of the month of February. Mami, Moachibiona, Yeshishi, Bium, Moakwaba. So, Anope, Mikal say, what radio no so 100.9. We're also on Facebook, we're streaming live on Facebook, I'll bet me Tino Ashebi. That's Neat FM 100.9. We're also on YouTube, Despite Media, between Ashe Kwai, Edasi, Anope, Yamisha Papa. Well, so Yababa Jeans, no senior city. The bon kratano ye de no e de bremo na before I beji the bon kratano the mo call internet no so ni akwakoji and seminal senior city the various news online portals. We check out those stories before ye de in semwa etwegu or the bon kratano so ye de no e de bremo. Let's get on with the call sign this morning.
Go to call bata. Assume said don't change the maja. Assume Ghana Montie Jumadia so. A neat.
No correct. So yam faster than from a PCFMonline.com, other major online portals. No, na yenemunche and some noa a war a year internet no so. Sabri no so about Ponsima Bako. Students clash with police at University of Ghana while protesting management silence on accommodation crisis. Some aggrieved students have clashed with police at the forecourt of the Commonwealth or at the University of Ghana as they try to access the facility. The former residents of the hall are protesting to register their displeasure over what they see as management silence on the accommodation crisis. Now, Oko, the tail end of a story. Now, see, meanwhile, police have arrested 18 people for their involvement in a scuffle on campus.
Abusuafo adia of akwasika ye watrese adisuafo a womu University of Ghana ana womuni aposifo esi eni nyina ne se adisuafo ne trese school mpanimfo no baabi a womu beda emfa wonum ho enti adisuafo ya wabuofo yi ana womuni aposifo di si eni ewo Commonwealth womu abra na no so eno wo University of Ghana wa brad suafo no peso wo mu bawura wo no mu ana posifo nso sa dabi wo mu ma wonum kwan enti samentimi wasi ye course ye ya posifo ni student ni disi eni no aposifo ati adisuafo ni mu edu wote sa sabasa ye ekoso school wo no wo mu nana eso ntakrate wo mu nti sa de mra ne se no wo mu wa posifo nsem.
IMF assigns resident financial advisor to Bank of Ghana. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has appointed Leonard Chumo as a financial advisor to the Bank of Ghana upon request. A press release from the Bank of Ghana indicated that the advisor's placement is a continuation of cooperation in this area between the Bank of Ghana, the IMF, the SECO, that started as early as in 2015 and had already seen the assignment of a previous advisor until 2018. According to the Bank of Ghana, the previous advisor contributed to some achievement which make the current assignment eminent.
Abusuafo International Monetary Fund IMF yi ana womu abo owura bi a yase afrano Leonard Chimo se wono and one my financial advisor and former Bank of Ghana. Ewa request be a yani yankasa yade tu wonum. Na a Switzerland State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, were resident advisor. Yeah, expect to say, Wabema technical assistant. Na wasabwa. Na ya bote yesi economy I bet to me entina na so pa capacity of banking supervision wabesan so aboa yen adanda ye nneɛma mu di amaye ne a ne yesi kasɛm atumi agyina na saa krata ye pia abɔnten Bank of Ghana for ɛna wɔn kyerɛ mu sɛ saa advice yi a wɔn de na bɛsa anam yi ɛyɛ nkitawudi a ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Bank of Ghana IMF ɛna sɛkofoɔ ntem ɛbere bi kura 2015 wɔ saa dwumadie bi ɛkɔ so ɛmi yɛ apɔnti wɔ bi sɛ wɔmɛtu yɛfo the same thing ɛne yɛasa apɔnti papa yi sɛ wɔmɛtu yɛfo ebi kura sida 2018 the same thing until this time around nso ɛnsa da enye news nti papa yi ɛna wɔbɛyɛ advisor wɔn ne wɔbɛtu Bank of Ghana foɔfo ɛwɔ wɔn dwumadie mu.
Christian Achu still missing, but his shoes were found in rubble. Agent. Now, agent of Christian Achu, Nana Seche, has confirmed that the Ghanaian international has still not been found, but his shoes were seen after a search in the rubble in Turkey. Achu, 31, was reported missing after an earthquake with a magnitude of 7.8 rocked part of Turkey and Syria on Monday, February 6, 2023. After his disappearance, there have been conflicting reports about the safety of the former Chelsea player. In an update via Twitter, Achu's agent, Nana Seche, confirmed that the search was still ongoing, but some of Achu's belongings had been located.
Na abusuafo ya nua Christian Achu ena ni agent ya kasa na agent ma Christian Achu ya frano Nana Seche ena Nana Seche confirm wo kesi sudua se Ghana ni de se kronkron a wosi akan ewo amanoni ene niam bi wo honom a wo mu ye ehunu enti wo mu gusu a esetie na so far ne mpaboa ye ni siwa na ese no no wo mahu wa bra na wo mu eyiyi nkunkum abo no edifra abo so ewo Turkey no Achu wo 31 years eyamanim sam dada asase wusuo bi a esi ye emuturo no kura ye 7.8 ewo Turkey ni Syria that wada February da na etosu ensia ena saa to yire ntem esi ye efri saa bra ni de besi nne ya hwehwe Achu atiri kwan ya wo mu se enkofo de report ahodo oba eye hu no wose da bi ye hu ne saa na enye ono a ebi se de na kwato hospital saa na enye ono a fa ne kwato hospital enti former Chelsea player yi wo mu gusu a wo mu hwehwe no enti Twitter na ni agent Nana Seche kansi sudua se wo mu gusu search but o ma hu niam bi a eye Achudia ya ne mpaboa no eka ho enti still they are searching for Christian Achu.
Right, let's get on now. Gabi is not important to me. It's a disturbance, says Sophia Ekufu. Now, former Chief Justice Sophia Ekufu has hit back at New Patriotic Party stalwart Gabi Asare-Okyedakun over his criticisms of her decision to picket at the Finance Ministry. Mr. Okyedakun on Sunday criticized Sophia Ekufu for joining pensioner bondholders to picket to demand the total exclusion of their funds from the domestic debt exchange program. In a tweet, Mr. Okyedakun, who is also a cousin of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, added that while he sympathizes with those picketing, he finds it very difficult to understand why they are asking to be exempted from an improved offer program, which is voluntary. Why picket over an offer that you have the liberty not to accept? He quizzed. According to him, the former Chief Justice erred big time in her basic appreciation of the issues. But in a response, the former Chief Justice, who returned on Tuesday to join the picketers, described Mr. Okyedakun as a disturbance and further added that his views are not important to her.
Abusuafo dia wafa kwasika ye eye Mame Sophia Ekufu na Mame Sophia Ekufu ya ye kana asemi kane na wono no ye Chief Justice ewa mampeni na Nana Danko Akufo-Addo na memu ye mu ne kasa ni nie kane Chief Justice Mame Sophia Ekufu ena wo keka bidi akyere Gabi Asare-Okyedakun New Patriotic Party MPP amanyoko yi yesi wodimu akotene pa se wono Gabi no ekaseti a maame no wa bra wo mu call Finance Ministry ɛkɔyɛ picketing wɔ hɔ na Gabi wɔtere daako ɛna Kwasi Ada no etemu no all criticize as a wɔbɔ Maame Sofo Akufo Soboa sɛ pensioners bondholders for akɔtera kaaso ɛwɔ finance ministry hɔ no mu a wɔno nso wɔdi mu bi na kwa wɔkɔɔyɛ no enti ma yɛnkɔ to sɛ deɛ Gabi kaeɛ no Gabi wɔtere daako no wɔtere sɛ Gabi wɔtere daako yi ɔsan yɛ mampani na Dankwa Akufo-Addo ne wɔfa enti ne wɔfa mampani wɔfa ase no ɛne wɔtere sɛ kwa wɔkɔɔ hɔ no mu a wɔne wɔ mu kɔ picketing yɛ ɛdeɛ mfasoɔ paa na wɔnyaa no wɔ soɔ na wɔno koraa wɔhu ne sɛ asɛm ma wɔate a na wɔdi mmirika na wɔakɔ akɔgye so yɛ anua wahu enti me koraa mentere ho a mente aseɛ adeɛ yi yɛse anya by force wopa abra wopa memma enti nye wɔhyɛ na huu wɔde mmirika na wɔakɔ akɔtena mu bi ɔkɔ hɔ kɔyɛ dɛn enti na Gabi ebisa na former chief justice and water so Gabi wɔtere daako ɛbrada yi ɛyɛ nradie ya ma me ne saa call back and what describe Gabi wɔtere daako sɛ wɔyɛ disturbance well ne hu yɛ dede I have to say Gabi hu yɛ na hu dan mo Gabi hu yɛ na hu dan pa ne hu yɛ ni dede enti wɔno deɛ wɔka no ɛhu nsa de hia wɔno maame no enti Gabi pa sɛ Gabi bɛka bibia wɔno maame na bɛha no deɛ dabi Gabi n'asɛm kora nha no wɔno wɔmata ɛwɔ n'asɛm a wɔka ho kora deɛ ɔyɛ no ɛno a ne hia no.
No withdrawals permitted, government to DDEP holders. The government has announced that no revocations or withdrawals are permitted as the Domestic Debt Exchange Program DDEP closes. Now, the program closed at 4 p.m. on Friday, February 10, with approximately 85% participation. This exceeds the target by the Ministry of Finance, which on more than 3 occasions extended the deadline to get more bondholders to sign up. In a statement on Tuesday, February 14, the ministry expressed satisfaction with the outcome of the program's rollout, insisting that it is a significant achievement for government to fully implement the economic strategies in the post-COVID-19 program for economic growth, that's PEG.
Abusuafo asema da won muntie ni yie. Aban de atu da se saa bebi a yeduru domestic debt exchange program no ayeye no ye close yatum enti se wo ba se wo ba be yi hu afirimu a enye yie ye close do no na saa program yin se no eda fiada ebo 4 pe en wo mutum eye February ne da na to so du 80% 85% wo mu a participate ye na saa program yi na finance ministry no a target say anya se kra de tre nkakra de abide si nani so deadline a bondholders wonu wo mu sese ye no obi a sign up ni tiatamu ane say baby a yedru sisie yi a economy no pese tina ne na so wa bra COVID-19 be ya ntam ye komu yi baby a nsese yedru yi ta wo ba say me na me ka asemeye ta brede me be yi me hu afirim enye yatum.
Let's take this one as the final one. Swami NDC youth organizer granted bail. The Circuit Court in Asokwa in the Ashanti region has granted bail to the Swami youth organizer of the National Democratic Congress NDC, Kwampa Razak Avolia. He stands charged for offensive conduct over his public comment, which police say amounted to inciting political violence. The judge released him on bail to the sum of 50,000 Ghana cedis with 2 sureties.
Abusuafo ayi Circuit Court wa Asokwa eno wo Asante Mantem Kropon Kumase ena wo mama brantie no bel wo Yesuame youth organizer Emma National Democratic Congress NDC amanyoko yafra no Kwampa Razak Avoria abrantie yede no kotina court wane ye bɔ no so bo se wakeka nsɛm bi wɔ video bi mu a ɛsɛ takra wɔ gem enya asɛm papa eni kwan sa abrante ese nkofuo kutupa mu mu kwaya basabasa nanso na lawyer fo gina mu asre court no a ema court ne tere se dia lawyer fo no ka no wate enti wa ma abrante no bill na bere ya wade ma no eye 50,000 Ghana cedis bill ene ye de tu ni tiri so a ya sama nipa mienu ede wo monsa ese nkrata ase kan ho bi nti abrante no ye bele no
me da se aye nsemo edi akotene news online portals anope yemfa se dem fama peacefmonline.com other major online portals ye da omase na yemra de bon krata no sen enso ene na ukoi February ni de to so ye dunum bacho Valentine's Day ni ewie kan ho ene obi ama mechewade ene ukunu enchewade won fa wumpie won mchew flowers entiki kan ho na sequence na kwakoye ejumaden senso obroni kan if you had too much enra uji we ni mebro so dia na ene oda so adampe mu a ye ba be yiwedi ye be yiwedi enti
bia na nipa kro no ono aye na adwuma
adwuma no ba begu
that's it
begu
that's the word
yeah
so wa nkwa obekọ no na boys no bi aye de ope
yeah enti keka ho nako na ene eye adwuma bre yakregum need 100 na Ghana Montie ti ne ekoso wo my Ghana mu kwesi aboagye meti adwuma no pay kwabna mafo so kam ho boaking kan ye nsem no dia my wadwenkyerɛ ye WhatsApp line is very active abetimi de eye wadwenkyerɛ dia fa so now dia ba 0503721744 0503721744 they break again movement yanko
abusuafo de bakrata ya friend is telegraphic eno na yedema mwate amamu akwa bebie mu yi the bakrata ni one watre say pensioner bond holders no ya womu epese still ayi womu edi free mu no ade no ye krosu na domestic debt exchange no so far kakra nkra yetumi aboabu anu anya pese 83 billion Ghana cedis 83 billion Ghana cedis entin kakra nkra yegusu a ye kwaye nim mampani na na dodanko akufo ado ene wo ka kire Ghana fo se ye mra no entiatia obi afa ahodie so ebo obi aho ban enti so obi ya LGBTQI+ ya yebeka se sa nipa kro de ye tan no tiwade enti ye de nipa no ba fa ni ya mu ni ya titi nipa na tietia ne fa ahodie so no wase da bi ye mra no makwan sa enti sa nkofo ni nyina no esase ebu omu ho ban esanso omu nso ye nipa ye sha nim se enka kwarara eya ayemtuo ya de no enkosi 2020 de na nka bi ni Ghana hanom kra pa so far so good omu gusu a omu eye ho aduma kwalebu kwantempo no na kwan ni mu asai kwan ni mu atutu ampa contractor gusu a wo ye that's how wasa gravel so egu hanom se yi a abrantie ba akukura hwi baro eno so wasa gravel so ni bi agumu a wo kosi egu amuna ba akum ɛna baako nso si anum sɛ yɛ akota yɛ a wɔn de gu kan mu a wɔn de gravels no gu so wie a no wɔn de agugu gu soɔ no ɛno bi nso esi anum sɛ yia de ɔbɛkrata a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ telegraphic ɛka ho asɛm afei World Health Organizations ɛna wɔn present yɛ vehicles ɛna office equipment ɛde ma amantam no sɛ wɔn ntiɛ na wɔn mfa mbɔ wɔn mu bran kakra sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a wɔn mu dwumadie ɛntosini na ebetumi akɔ nkan na the new publisher Democrat anim ha wɔde aba abrante a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ Christian Atu ne mfoni ada ha na Christian Atu ɛne mfoni ada anum sɛ ne kyɛn kura ada no kɔ ɛna wɔhyɛ ne spares kama wɔn sɛ wɔyɛ abrante yɛgu so a yɛasosɛ Christian Atu saa abere deɛ yɛasosɛ akɔhu ne mpaboa mmienu ne shoe mmienu no yɛhunu but wɔn ankasa mu ɛne yɛn sɛ dɛ hu baabi pɔtee paa wakɔ akɔsɛ nti mmeranteɛ ne gu so a wɔn mu etutu ɛde kɔ fam a kyerɛkyerɛ nkyɛ yɛn nsa bɛka aberanteɛ Christian Atu wɔn anyamfoɔ sɛ tɛmɛ nsa bɔ nsu wɔyɛ majority leader wɔsan yɛ mmerɛsɛbɛgyani a wɔgyina ma ade si a wɔsoa me wɔn wɔkasa yi wɔtena sɛ maame Sofia Ekufo yɛ a wɔkɔyɛ picketing ɛwɔ finance ministry no wɔbɔ n'aba so wɔyɛ wɔbaa mu ɔbaa yɛ asantoa yɛsɛ wokɔto sɛ aboa si wo nnua so a wokata ne sɛ ha aboa sɔre yɛ so ɛnkanta ne so wɔnsɔre ne so ebi adaate wɔfiri ne so pɛ na wɔba wo so sɛbi pensini asefoɔ sika koraa yɛ ahe enti wɔbaa pani ayɛ yɛ asantoa a wagyina ɛkɔma nipa yi edi a mmeranteɛ bi tete hɔnom ne wɔn yɛ sɛ ɛna deɛ maame ne yɛ koraa yɛ nte aseɛ maame ne koraa ne yɛ ɔsapɔn ne sɛ wɔse ne yɛ ɔsapɔn ne sɛ wɔko ɛde ama pensioners wɔko ɛde ama ɔman Ghana wɔte nipa yi edie ɛde esi hɔ nti wɔn onyanfoɔ sɛkyɛ mensa bonsu wɔbɔ maame Sofia Ekufo aba so wɔse maame no wayɛ adeɛ na hepatitis B ɛna wɔn kyerɛ sɛ ebi apɔpo up ɛwɔ parliament a mmerɛsɛbɛgyafoɔ no bi ɛpataw sɛ wɔn fa NHIS ɛmfa nsɛm bi sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a obi a wɔyadeɛ hepatitis B no NHIS no ebetumi akɔva nipa korɔ no a ɔmmɔ ka bebree.
Okay, all right, so yankɔ ahoma no so na yɛni nkɔmmɔ kakra Honorable Richard Champon Mrashebejeni Ojama Bia East or Sansu a member finance committee or yem Mrashebejin and a pay yeni nkɔmmɔ kakra. Honorable Yada say mo akwa baba NIT FM so. Na mpo mo Anope de nkɔmmɔ bɛyɛ mienu bi teach you na mepɛsɛ oboa me ne metiefo na yetimi ti ase. Yɛn hyɛ ase fi domestic debt exchange program yi. Na se aban kasenya mehwe daily graphic ni mo see 83 billion Ghana cedis bonds surrendered for new ones. Pensioner bondholders insist on exemption. Okay. Now, Ufa Ghanaian Times and so see DDEP government get 83 billion Ghana cedis, representing 85% participation. So, sir, yeah, can say I buying 83 billion Ghana cedis. As I saying, I don't know. In Tiasiano, send us a corner pa boy.
Then I'm not mention what here for. Say the whole person will change and say, I'm bank for our module or Sika Coma by and some quota bond. Buying catch up to own Sicano, infantry almost a brand swan. Because I know what children no. Omako cost around the bond no at the map bank. 85 and next and anka bond no a very much yo. That's a bunch of what's the amount 13% and 23%. I buy a catcher was a certificate mean. First, the most of zero.
Okay.
And no more crown has some conto car and a bunch of key, a month, a 5%. It will see now, would you coffee no, see can value then. As what it. And now what catcher was saying, a year 2 years time, ɛna bond no nkebe mature na ka opa onye bi obedu sika kan hyehyɛ no ɔno wo yɛ hyehyɛ sɛ for the 5 years ɛna ɛka ho nti so ohia osika no na si a wo sentimi eden ɛnka so da ya budget sɛ sika no meje ɛda ko bibi na si na na 2 years aban si onya sɛ sika no eden ɛmfa ma ɛno na aban communication a ɔmode dada manfo so ɛyɛ voluntary that is a Gabriel Cheda who can be a no means of finance later no issue, you know. Or my state is so a voluntary. Proper gen, proper mention, introducing a month for Piketty, a dear and your compulsory. Or culture will say, why join this program now? Yeah, domestic debt estate program now. We board in a quitano, a coupon a quitano, and yet tradable. Actually, say, all the cost secondary market, say the Uncle CCA, I want to about so. Now quit a board into board no, or ton bond now. Obi anto. So we better talk about your professional treatment to her. Or mono makwakoto abandon sisiano. And no de kuta ono. Abambe prioritize or mode energy odiano. And I'm so only abanya sashi into bond the kuta to sell kuta paper. And then a pensioners and a quantaqua any dividend holders and a quantaqano. Into a record of a voluntary, I just say. Line what animal farm book so what can animal farmers kind of what can they be afford so. There's a line in the animal farm book which is a Sunday work is so compulsory. But if you refuse to attend, the ration will be reduced. Indirectly just a compulsory or catch us a question that you might say one course you bet to again so. It's not any panic catch us a Jumana then a said Juma one quite more than the science. Abanka say when 80% no. Abandie or secure the 3 billion IMF facility. Now banks na omusika kwakoloko no. Research omuye na no say the banks will run a loss at 13.7 billion Ghana cedis. Because the me koto me bond and I'm the sika command bank. Na bank no air fees deposit whatever. Whatever, not a bank and also the top bond down. But the other day, no. A bank for bank and program. No. But customer no about didn't seek about deposit or Benjamin Canadian. Or Ben, so didn't seek then. At the mano. Interest now in agree our some paper and ultimate quotation. That's what your interest, you know, at the customer. No. So by the other day, no, they try to be on the bank and then other investors also don't seek then a comma bank. Inti. The financial system no is going to crash because of all these arrangements. But about 3 billion or kwakoji the budget ocean the budget now. A balance of payment arrangement and all this is can and the 3 billion in no at a go. It's a child said now about 3 billion no I just became my economy with muda. Over Kaya, finance minister Korea kwaji robot 3 billion over 2 KK party. That 3 billion then a year economy with. I know Bank of Ghana admitted some printing.
Me assure so be ya no aka say no na ama yen saka $3 billion no. Eno na ama ya domestic debt exchange programming me boa.
Na no ada so a Bank of Ghana ema aban 44 billion no. 3 billion dollars say about 36 billion Ghana cedis. Now when you 44 billion and even civil situation no. Na 3 billion e be civil situation no. I trust the whole net will no 3 billion accept. To be catches that 3 billion when they turn around this economy or that down. Government must be disciplined in terms of spending. Government must cut back its expenditure. I don't know person obey here. Appointment I know here. Any other expenses or yeah, by production no. So these are the issues.
Okay. Now, me who church as Mrs. Bibia kan pacho hono pese ubiem kakra cheche mu yemai. So pensioner bondholders here, some of the almost signing, they want to be exempted. Okay, Bibi say, Obon na ukuta sisia no, ye close no, nye tradable. They say, untimi intoma, bi utoma obi engine ne kaka ho. What does that mean? I not saying, does that mean say one more man signing on to a year program no? Omusika no den ashe sign a hot ye cheche mine.
One signing program na. About I will say, I say, time usika no so ene. Na there'll be a default. Oh, yes, you can amount. That's one. Eti one sign no tamaso aban fa ne sika mawa onyama na na ada po mo de mature senya hose convener onso twere letter bi koma aye the finance ministry
Yeah.
so omo tamaso no omo show my account no omo credit omo
That is the 6th February for no.
yes omo nya sika na omo
Yeah.
koko body e ba ye I say komutu ya mamafo omo ntimi automatic system no rule no e de momo because e no sika de any account no into o chere say what the ba ebeboa because what the ba this is 5 years and on sabe kensika one fa ma time no so me nya sika fa ma and na say edru was say wa bere who hold the bond ni bio na person oton wa what the secondary market ho na omo ma sign into the program no abanda prioritize omo de no jawo de no it is a say auction no ye per 20 na so omo sa ba de no 20 na so de be kan wa o ebe you de na 20 nti ena chese any tradable omo ton because I buy recognize o de ni bio nti kuta so kuta paper na o sika any value at the paper value na masika sika it is a value ni a paper mo any sika bio a order paper na de enka aye so kind of person no can no.
Okay. Now, Enra Krata aban the bar bonting finance ministry the bar bonting. Somewhere I think point 3 and paragraph 3, was see to provide sufficient time to settle the new bonds in an efficient manner. The government is extending the settlement date of the exchange from the previously announced 14th February 2023 to 21st February 2023. This settlement debt extension is, however, only to process the settlement of the new bonds. The issue date, interest accrual, schedules and payment schedules for the new bonds will be adjusted to reflect the actual settlement date. As the exchange period has expired, no new tenders will be accepted and no revocations or withdrawals are permitted. Ipacho, niedi kind masem busa sa asem ye we minim se bia wa kind ana me kind wunya ntiase a bia wontiase because mentiase kwa kweso ki well abind the new data ba odi betua wo mo abi o mo de aso ne ne ka to 21st ananya sa nati
you actually in a brofo and so it's one language can you say government has defaulted we don't have money to pay you we are na sem ko kire yo bebeba wa kan nyina a simple language default abind also we default to intimentia intimanemre na nkope bo sia fofo fa metua ma me titie nyina no bebebe nyina e brofo na photo wa intimentia time na so oni sika de betua ma intimane kwan na o new settlement date
yeah
with the coupon and the interest so catch us a government has defaulted but can we trust above na a send signal to the investor community but we are watching no be investor be at above we are it just come clear. I may use the semantics and make it come profile.
And Yamun would he bring me?
What the agreement is so some full crew.
Oh.
It's assembling as a government at default to a second year.
So, as the exchange period has expired, no new tenders will be accepted and no revocation or withdrawals are permitted. Hono said Missy Canada and Pesem Koibia or said you mean to me Yana saying
won't to me Nisicano. I know I said new tender and I tender one better. It's an one better so here ocean one better. Me and me been here in Sicabro. That mouse one yamano. Now there another ocean. Find the saco for the Sicabro. If you don't go there at all, I need you to be on top. Now, more quite dear my Yasaco can be as a guru.
Now, a bakwame pese mi busa no. Sa krata kroya bind by nano. The first paragraph no see the government announces today the results of our domestic debt exchange program DDP. We closed at 4 p.m. on 10th February 2023. Approximately 85% of holders eligible to participate in the invitation to exchange as determined by the tenant yada. But Nitia Chuman say Aban say we achieve 85% participation among from the Omwajim. Now some people are questioning Aban say Sasemi enya no correct. Aban tumfutru because Aban Kroya no beka say woba betu ade ma was 50%.
Yes.
And I think say I don't know whether earlier no somewhere last week or so Deputy Minister for Finance. Sorry, Bakukura Kinkan Frema Abino say Asari. Now say more the Baba 2 judges okay, well, or might achieve 50%. The people are now punching holes. They be say, so 50% now CCR now jump within 24 hours. I jump to 85%. Who GDA nearby can 85% or just as a minimum question say and you know correct. Senator.
Because data no munko data no kutomo. The kuta data na oka say when 50, when 85% no. Say no kre enya no kre. E china minister no say oba machede dwom. Krata no oba present no. E de na ye de krata e besi. E de na auditor general be auditor my account me boa. But another budget baba no kro mu nyina na ye be hu. Na oka say so when 85% in nominal terms no sika no value ye say.
And you know, 83 billion.
Out of what?
The 85%, no?
83 out of what?
Yes, I don't see as well.
It woman in any issues about interrogating the China or the document no by Parliament. Now, woman be do Parliament. What I say? Into no, guys who achieve 85%. Now, no, I 50. The following week, we'll do 85%. Fantastic. Very good news, man. Or prepare amount for IMF and prepare IMF for IMF. Say, yeah, I'm sign on to the program. And no, IMF for no soon money government in here. I'm not for police in Ababejino Moso. Appointment on my as a supervisor. No, and it's very, very shameful to see this thing happening in this country.
Not me call him say, but honorable senior see can't say me. And very, very shameful to the say all kind way now. Or see it was a request to so me no I said Bank of Ghana, buying no Ghana, and one was okay, well, me pa advisor. And yes, okay, well, one no musio chinchina or my advisor. Anna.
ABOAGYE, on two chromosomes and before the catcher said they have the men. Appointment will bomb year about 125 CEOs, deputy CEOs, personal assistant, and all that. Then now catcher say OBM employee advisor and from Sakonu for Kenya. Beboa. OBM advisor. And my advisor say we need Obi Okrum who bet message manamo. Who catcher who so one who competent enough. Because they can't deliver. So you need an external person as a headmaster to advise you as to how to deal with all these financial matters. Don't forget, Bank of Ghana Act 2015. IMF, I acquire amendment. That's an MPP opposition. MPP was pushing, say, genuine 0% central government financing. 0%. Because NDC they want to punish the government. Some of us fought this. Satamakoto say, not just after a member of the committee. We fought them at the committee level. Let's know. Bank of Ghana, idea. Yes, financing. In case of any disaster, there will not be any fallback for all of us. Any force 5% overdraft. Say, I buy now. No, it's not more 5%. And now people better Kunyason. What do you see? What do you see? I didn't know think Kenyan is 0%, but NDC nipa now must say incompetent. NDC are more air than my no. 2016 election with this zero financing from Bank of Ghana. Zero. Yeah, near one city. They could have taken money from by Bank of Ghana to win the election.
So 44 billion is more than 5%, right?
More than 5%. Like GDP. 5% of your total GDP. It is 44 billion as a percentage of your GDP. Yes, IMF, what market say illegal for them to do that.
So, young Chiki to be now, me and fan common see the Nasu ye na for our mutino because who can say, and the police aba, our Babijina, a Bank of Ghana for consumer home Yama Moye. So, and no Bank of Ghana for the crater be by T4. Was the appointment of resident advisor. On financial supervision at Bank of Ghana. Honorable, we need you, Ma'am Sure. So, at the request of Bank of Ghana and fully funded by Switzerland State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has assigned a resident advisor in financial sector supervision to the Bank of Ghana to provide technical assistance and help build the capacity of the banking supervision function. The advisor's placement is a continuation of cooperation in this area between the Bank of Ghana, the IMF, and SECO. That started as early as in 2015 and had already seen the assignment of a previous advisor until 2018. Achievement from the past collaborative effort included the passage of the Banks and Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions Act, 2016 Act 930, the development and issuance of the Corporate Governance Directive 2018 and the Capital Requirement Directive 2018. The appointed advisor, Mr. Leonard Chumo, brings first-hand knowledge of supervisory work from leading central banks as well as previous technical assistance experience in the Western African region. Mr. Chumo started his assignment in the Bank of Ghana on 6 February 2023 and is expected to stay for 3 years. Among others, he will support the but at least yate asem no ase so enya Ghana na ebo papa ihu ka yesi Switzerland any IMF no mbetua ne ka na san hihye we no yesi bem 2015 kra na yesi ahye bia ya na ye wa ne ya pe obi oba betu afo ni ne ka county bebi akwa akodu no se ne awo describe no papa Leonard Chumo wono oba be he na wa supervise but niam be won kakra adenti na o man Ghana so yesa enti de bia no ti ye obi no aba be supervise obi aba be police se ne awo kan
asana no yi ano because you need discipline the nipa we discipline so we here supervisor am for chro mu CV ekopa djuma omo state wo mu say I can work without less supervision meboa odo o chira woni prowess so obi answer na so kropo na obetuma ye adwuma no but here's the case yeah ka chira ye ho say obi an supervise adwuma ye discipline but for 2023 budget which paragraph say page 1885 there about after the same say ye 2 obo financing wo ho obo financing na say Baba who banks, Bank of Ghana, most of them that show 000 be the answer. A child will say, on for figure the answer. But every quarter, the the GDP numbers in a bar. That's on it, no, but who said? He come up with the Bank of Ghana, no matter indicating. But who shut 2022 central government operations are. When I do overdraft, and Abusia, Bank of Ghana, and they are bought a buying. Obesha financier obeka tell so onyi sika free Bank of Ghana obesha financier budget no obeye ni 00 ba fini twam wie pe na kofa budget na twam na all about sika Bank of Ghana den at the moment say no every quarter no supervisor no be hu GDP numbers how no wa compare these numbers no with a year overdraft or the central government na central government must justify idea of this sika na year the repayment plan, a part of the debt sustainability arrangement and all that. And yes, sorry, I know for governor phone to say, what it is no. It is supervisor, no. And not the Nibaba Cosan to all mamma who knew and send out other report to them. I must also end for 3 years. 3 years, no, so no. Sometimes now I am a program, never run it already. Bank of Ghana, I World Bank for Chrome, I say, rep. How many abedins are also? IMF, more rep. How many abedins are also? There cost to be a normal monitor. Article 5, Article 4, that report in Indian, we are aware. So, what is it again? I can only hear we say, on my advice to do what? So, one can say, no deficiency. To me, I know name a year now, poor, be say, or advice as to how to manage the economy. As simple as that. As simple as that. It's okay to say, you're not better than a car. You're not better than a car, no. How about 2 hours, Kruma? I then other furniture be you in care.
No, but we almost say, SECO, Switzerland, State Secretary, dear, woman, IMF, no mutiana cow.
And to one or two fear that. I know about it, so you can only be the corpono. To money, so no cranyaka. When they quay a meeting, Uto Shaman and Amana coffee, no money in a yaka.
hospitality and a bruni kind. And your finance minister, Obeba me no, is it? No, Ochina Yawa. Yeah, Ochina Yawa.
Ochina Yawa dan no Obeba.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
I am going to when you know I expose to the incompetency of this MPP administration. We have the men, no, and then they baby dream. See the kind of hole or market our this economy, and yet 3 billion. I said 3 billion there is just the surface of it. It's 85%. Banks about to collapse on your share. Individuals' life about affected and families, will be an can. And then there's no liquidity in the system. Banks to create yes, you can find more here. Now, can person the this or paper and say to America. These are the real challenges that are confronting me.
Well, yeah, I'm saying about coach now. Me sure say a tree a besamba and appear that's in sure honorable. Nice. Honorable Richard Champon and Rodin Chichimu Ediabe and send you Sikaye and we know them say Muhammad Tiefo.
Of a question, that's a debate no ana. Yeah, no ana meka. He said, so what the meka. Nessa ube to Yamamia. Ube to me a catem so, oh, Quabana, Mr. and you made a buff for Wabra. And I said, what's none of Petu to a bubble 10, no, say, would I dear Adama Sabeka. Bassa Meka say, oh dear, Obertimenka. Your best secretary. Of a questionette, say, a new say, well, whack as a 10 topon. And
Sikano. I said, yeah, we know Obikan, or I say, no crowd, and ye debate, and ye and come my baby. I buy in Siskano, I send Capital, see, mammy do, and General crowd, sending out Sikan.
Oh, no, I want them now one can stram.
Oh, I mean, I buy Nisika.
And go at the other than
in our account.
What's that? No cry now, or can no cry. Oh, Mr. Ramo, I had the end there, said the iron. We ain't to mean to you. But I was so many pan hope. Well, your best secretary, you go so, oh, yeah, your best secretary. You have a question, what you didn't know. Best secretary,
set you and your so better, or see anyone you want to mean to you. 20 no person, so or more 5 years in your account. You know what, you 5 years,
you have a question. 5 years, and I said, Yamin Ping won't tiasia. And now, Koyana, send your what bregu. 5 years, Nessa won't tiasia. The Kayan now of a question, Quebec to me, a crown. I would say, ya dear be or no more. Of a question, Sika to me, ma banquamo. Sika to me, ma banquam. Na Sika no cry one. Of a question, and no cry pamayario. But Sika knew one. Uba say, Wabra bonina boanum. Not abandoned at 20 baby. A big crowd to me, you say cocoon. But Ukoto Koma Boma. We are the other grandma. Yes, Cafuan and of a question difference here, woman who know. And hospital.
And Raman Penin and Ado Danko Kufado, Asia, Adrasafo. Ewo Kwabi, Domikwabi, Yahonum say, Nina, your man Penibra, Wako inaugurate ICT empowered kindergarten. ICT empowered kindergarten. I don't know what that program is. Just a dear one more the computer be there. Okay, the kindergarten a war my munino. Ombenya and I will pay and one more baby because media mean tiasia. Mutelebia, Mime Hamoyenia. And Madame Adras Afonso, a Jenny Chichi Natchel, what Tifonum say, Mampini. ICT kindergarten. I know you're doing. What is that?
Yes, sir. Kindergarten, Qualano be. Of a question, kindergarten, Qualano be. I see.
Kindergarten, go American.
I see. Missing communication technique.
Okay, so let's see. Maybe I bet you say page 11 of the Ghanaian Times. President inaugurates ICT facility at Domiko Abenya. The President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo says educational growth remains one of his administration's topmost development priorities. This, he said, was the reason behind the huge investment at all levels of the sector by the government, saying the agenda was to ensure a secured future for the Ghanaian youth. The Kwabenya Atomic Model Kindergarten KG, Ghana's first play-based ICT empowered KG at Domi Kwabenya in the East Municipality of the Greater Accra region. The project, executed by Messrs BSW International, was funded by the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Learning through play has emerged as an important strategy to promote people engagement, inclusion, and holistic skills development beyond their preschool years. Because Brace
abusuafoɔ mampanin na Nana Danko Akufo-Addo His Excellency ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ ɛba no adesua a ɛyɛ adeɛ bi a ɛyi na memuo yi no ɛda na koma so paa wɔ ne ho agorɔkora ne saa ahonti ɛna sikatitiri die a wɔde hyɛm ɛwɔ adesua no ɛnya asɛm ketewa na wɔpɛ sɛ Ghana mebunu nya daate papa ɛno nti na ne bere bebrebe Kwabenya Atomic Model Kindergarten ɛyɛ Ghana deɛ di kan koraa ya ɛyɛ Information Communication Technology ICT ya yɛde bɛtrɛtrɛ keegi nkwalaa ɛwɔ Dome Kwabenya the East Municipality wɔ Greater Accra region na saa project yi wɔn trɛ sɛ MSS BSW International ɛna Ghana Education Trust Fund wɔn ɛfa ahoka na wɔn trɛ sɛ ɛno aba abɛpie mu sɛ akɔyɛ kwan soronko a ehia paa yɛbɛfa so ama yehu ne ɛwɔ mmɔfra mu yɛne wɔn anya nkitahodie ɛne nneɛma paa wɔn bɛtumi ayɛ wɔn nsa no deɛ ɛwɔ preschool years enti wɔfakɔkye sɛ ɛhɔ a na wɔde si nti ɛhɔ a na wɔde si yɛ
nti wote aseɛ
si sɛ meyere me ho ate a ɛyɛ me sɛ ɛna sɛ nka wɔ hɔ nso a ɛnya idea paa de afa because ɔfakɔsi wɔn sɛ dan no a na esi ha yi ɛno ani na dan no koraa me esua ɛna me nim sɛ ICT no wɔ mu a yɛde bɛkyerɛ kindergarten a ɛno na me hu no because kindergarten kwalaa no wode saa deɛ wei ɛde ba bɛkyerɛ nka wɔn mu ban nim kakraa bi mpo
ɛno koraa deɛ sɛ bi a me feel sɛ me well nya okay me hu no sɛ bi a mfomsoɔ bi wɔ ho but I'm saying say into the whole Ghana no yɛbɛyɛ saa deɛ wei wɔ miamia because ɔsɛ wei ne edi kan ne nti model ebi a ne ayɛhwɛ ne esua minim baby omatum pon no nti omo ICT den kindergarten model den side saa no omo nkola no baby omatum pon abi ahwɛ sɛ saa na omo kindergarten omo yɛ no ye the akade bi the railway school because we are be here na say basic school GHS ne SHS kura no eba no computer ne ade kura ye dey mo no kura ya asem ntimi
kwasi na dan no kura nso mpo esua o hwɛ ade ketewa bi a wɔ ha na
mama ko di agro nti nkoda no ko okwa na computer ne kwan so omo de ICT omo de fan omo de di agro no omo de sua ma dwi mu bie
ɔfa kwasi nyamese yɛ nka no wohwɛ wahu dan
dan ne kase ne de
gate bi ɛda no
ɛno nsɛm ɛno so nyama sɛm too much but just as bi a wo busa no ntie bi a nipa dodo kran na betimi afɔm ɛwɔ ha sei
we nipa sen kura na beko ɛna akadeɛ sɛn paa na ebetumi ɛmo a alaasɛn na ebetumi.
Okay, well, you better say young penny for ebi ometimi acheche saade mu ne etimi ate ase etie for ntwe de mo fa nche but dwumedie so enra eno mampanyin na ado danko ekufuado uhu eye Greater Accra eye regional minister eye Ora Henry Cote wo honum saying Dr. Yao Educhum Minister for Education ono so wo honum say sanso na mampanyin na ado danko ekufuado so wo honum say and a member of parliament for Domiko Abenya ono so e wo honum but question anakwabena ebusa na nu so di bisamum and man yes okay bi abibi enti obi beka so ade kuma ya na bi ayeye na mpenifo we enu nyina no mu kodi akire kyese wo Ghana so de
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan wo NEET 100.9 FM.
5 northern regions at least should have been represented. The Zongo communities in Ghana, which contribute significantly to the votes of the NDC, should have been represented. Unfortunately, these changes took away Haruna Idrisu, who was a minority leader from the north. It took off Mutaka, who is a Zongo man, and so Zongo representation and northern representation has been taken out of the NDC leadership, which is a complete disrespect for northern part of Ghana and for the Zongo communities. Haruna Idrisu, as minority leader, by virtue of his removal, he has been removed from several committees on which he was serving. I mean, you can talk of the appointments committee, you can talk about business committee, interparliamentary union, standing orders committee, among other committees. Seven committees he has been taken off by virtue of this decision. And you all know we are human beings. You know what it means. You know the structures in parliament, and you know the office accommodation of leadership and other ordinary members of parliament. And by this decision, you know the humiliation the NDC is causing Honorable Haruna Idrisu and Mutaka and their constituents, the offices they occupy, and where they are taking them to now. And we are even reliably informed that this morning there were attempts to lock him out of his office.
Yes. So, we Ghana. Openia what is your work say? And one of this answer me the two ja. MPP members of parliament and no more and central for shame. Now and somewhere now one more air cano for NDC for home. So MPP for air kwama NDC for. MPP MPs protest removal of Haruna from serving committee. MPP for. Aye. And one more kwama NDC for. A group of New Patriotic Party MPP members of parliament have protested against the treatment meted out to former minority leader and MP for Tamale South, Haruna Idrisu. Led by Amidu Chinea, MP for Sisala East constituency. The MPs told the media at Parliament on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, that it was unfair how the former minority leader was being treated. They pointed at two major issues to buttress their concern. The first being his removal from 7 committees of the House, an attempt to remove him from his current office by virtue of his having lost his leadership position. Barbara?
Abusiafo ayi ye overkwesi boss we ayi wo a wo to abonten punum saa ne yebeka no na ni nyina ne se ononyamfo Haruna Idrisu etiefo beka ye akane no na ono ene oye minority leader eye dom kuma no wo mu ba no dani ya sesa no resa fra ba no kra de ye manimsam dada ama kesa to force na take over na MPP amanyokuo no emra sebedafo bi ena wo maka won ho abamu a wo mu kire se ekwan a NDC fo fa aso eyi ononyamfo Haruna Idrisu no enya kwan pa so enti wo mu nte ase enti wɔn yɛ protest de afa ho na wɔtɛ sɛ saa group yi a wɔn yɛ New Patriotic Party MPP amanya kuo memesi ɛna wɔn protest yɛ sɛ NDC foɔ minority foɔ no wɔn ne mmarahyɛbadwani a wɔgyina ma ade sɛ Watermary South ari na Idrisu ɛni ne yie koraa na saa group yi Amidu Tinia wɔyɛ MP ɛwɔ Sisala East constituency ɛma MPP amanyokuo no ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ ɛkwan a wɔn fa so yi hari na Idrisu no ɛnyɛ wɔn mu dɛ wɔn ni na ni ne yie koraa wɔn ɛnte aseɛ enti wɔn trɛ sɛ wɔyɛ a aba ne sei no ne yɛdi kan committee bi a wɔn tɛ sɛ yɛ nipa nson ɛna ɛwɔ soɔ 7 committees a ononyanfo ari na Idrisu ɛda soɔ nyinaa no na tɛ sɛ wɔn pɛ so wɔn fa saa akwanya no so na wɔn yi ne free saa position ne nyinaa so apart from say yɛagye ne leadership no afiri ne nsam no ɛno nso yɛba abɛyi ne free ne nyinaa so ɛno ɛna MPP amanyokuo no wɔn mmra asɛbɛdafoɔ bi kyerɛ sɛ asɛm no anyi wɔn dɛ NDC foɔ ne hari na Idrisu ani ne yie wɔn anya deɛ wɔn anya wɔn anya sɛ wɔfa kwasi bi a wɔn nso wɔn ne noa na ɛwɔ hɔ ɔho ɛna wɔn nso nim n'adwuma paa na ɔɔyɛ ɛde boa ɔman nti sɛ mo ayi n'afiri hɔ nom a wɔn nso ɛwɔ akwanya sɛ wɔn nso protest because ɛnyɛ wɔn nom dɛ wɔn nim hari na Idrisu adwuma ana.
Na ɛno a Bank of Ghana krataa yɛ ɔmde baayɛ na ɔnopɛ yɛ ni Honorable Richard Champion di ho nkɔmmɔ yi ɛtiɛfoɔ ɛmi bibi o advice yɛ a ɔma appointing ni na woyɛ ɛyi na foni na Leonard Twimo no tuntum like sɛnea na Honorable Ken so fi Kenya koraa but ɔne IMF na yɛ adwuma. So the question is nti ya kasa no ya yentimi share ho so nya de o titi se de bia no bi begina ekon so ana hwe ya ansa na because we tuntum ti say ya o the only yi ni say bia woni IMF ye adwuma so you asking yourself say nti ya kasa na de empa na ye kwaba
over question say initially no ana o kan na me ka say ya ade a ye ne ankasa na ye free ye pem say yeah, pay technical advisor. And so mbekwa appoint to be crowd free. Ubi adam for be the nabani yetianaka. But when who say of a kwesi anya yan yankasa ya pe washe.
No shit, no, a brofi am
kind. Kwesi one that technical advisor no woman the nabano.
They be pay.
IMF one that no buy.
Yeah, but I'm saying say no or say or request because who can't crash.
That be over question
nyabote then I'll I'm just looking at it and I just want to read it again. Now, I mean, but say me kind of
what run out kind na me kind. But Bank of Ghana for nye de bia no mo kan okre.
Oh, Jaisa.
Oh, over kwesi yi wani mu sam.
No, Jaisa, don't.
Oh, the car beka bi dia fa.
Pacho, don't do that. But I'm just saying, yeah, fine, all the obey to fine. That's fine. But I'm saying, say, Niakrata and a chair, no. Media me, I'm going by Niakrata and a chair.
Niakrata kano.
Yeah.
And I'm interested. The Niakrata canon, so ye na de bia.
Or say at the request of Bank of Ghana. Or say at the request of Bank of Ghana. And fully funded by. You don't have any evidence, so don't do that. No evidence where meant to move straight moon cancer.
Evidence by Minjindi.
And Unjindia fine, but I'm saying Unjindia, that's fine. Yes. Unjindia, I know your Wawasema, but I'm saying that men kind of say, no, Kurene say, okay, I'm a phone or share so for Mumbra. Because I'm saying that by in Krata and Dano, or say at the request of Bank of Ghana. So I'm a phone one, I'm saying, Bank of Ghana for no air cannon yellow cry. If Omoano, as part of the negotiations, no, Bank of Ghana for I'm a for Munka. Because if you read the first, in fact, that's the opening statement and a sentence cry.
Yeah.
At the request
of
Bank of Ghana.
Good. Kwasi me to asio. But you say assembly near dance here. Na what to be why ya dance here say. Tada the ya Bank of Ghana for hui. Omun requesting for Obiasu or may
this is not the first time. Okay, Bank of Ghana Kratana. We started this in 2015.
Good.
I say the advisor's placement is a continuation of cooperation in this area.
Mm-hmm.
In this area.
Okay.
Between the Bank of Ghana, the IMF, and SECO. That started as early as in 2015 and had already seen the assignment of a previous advisor until 2018. And 2015 years, you know. Sadie, I was 2018. You understand?
Kwasi ba eno na mimi bisa say the what the NDC for crowd wo mu ye incompetent ba MPP for nti wo mu nya obia wom wo de wo mu nipa bebrebe.
Why are you making it MPP NDC?
Okay, me fan
Bank of Ghana is MPP NDC.
Okay, Bank of Ghana. Not the whole Ghana hey. Wo say economics ya ye wo University of Ghana, Cape Coast UCC, the whole Ghana bankers ni until over question nya one single person obey to me a technical advisor.
I know see as him say and they send them no say and na me bisa say enti but no we have it's not like technical advice. I'm just saying say do we I said the via you be no be general council. Just say yeah ntimi share ho so yeah
discipline. This will be and na beboa na ya discipline. And na nipa kro no so enya ye ne ayemu ti se wo firi baabi.
Because the Bank of Ghana means some the supervisory department or say they are be on say so you ask yourself say enti omo ho no omo so there no omo so mu supervise dey djuma pa no omo ye yetiom ka no omo mu supervise dey
and over so yeah say omo be what technical advice and so Bank of Ghana ho
ye ntimi enhye ho so
yeah ye discipline enti obi ebe discipline ye ena nipa kro yi nso a ofakwasi wo kan meme hu picture no wa habat according to their work so wono so ye bibini ya wo ye nipa tuntum enya se bi kra wo ye buru ni nipa tuntum te say ye ne a wo ena wono na ye ne ankasa ya kwa request say wono no meye technical advisor emfa ma ye ne ya Bank of Ghana ye ne ya Bank of Ghana obi ena ometu yefo na omeboa yen tretre yen omemu nyina nipa bebrebe nyina no yenya obi anti yakwa request bi afiri baabi oh
I mean can comments kakra no pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie so ena wasu goi yeda so egusu edi nkomo we see spare our ears. What kind of inchechemu did Richard the Champion give? He's only doing their usual propaganda. If you hadn't read the letter from BOG, he said government was going to pay the advisor. When you get people like him, ask them, what would have been the alternative if they had been in government rather than their political nonsense and incitement? I also want to know why you guys are not talking about Kujeto buying a car for the doctor in his constituency, which was rejected. Special prosecutor must investigate into it. O'Neill and Ponsan, Amsterdam. Where have you been, O'Neill? If you just join us, then don't ask questions that you have no idea. And now I can't Okujeta Black Wasem now we're in fan. Okujeta Black Wasem and now be and now be you'll be private on the car. Untia 7 comma if I come O'Neill with the same union to make me a cabiacho. Untia Pakoma special prosecutor. Not Amsterdam home near home. Aye. Mama Apostle. Yeah. When will the brouhaha between the Ministry of Finance and the individual bondholders stop? Why can't the Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta exempt the pensioner bondholders from the debt exchange program so that all the problems will be put to rest. Ya osankide edi free taifa ena odibae. Abbas, our friends will say talk is cheap indeed. Then President Akufo-Addo came lying to Ghanaians that he have the man to do the magic. Now, after he and his crooks appointees have stolen and transferred the taxpayers' money, he's now playing a blame game tactics. That's Abbas and Odiwe Edibai. Al-Hassan Sisi, was in the Central, says, I'm urging all bondholders and pensioners not to subscribe to the domestic debt exchange restructuring program because their hard-earned monies cannot be used as sacrifice in cleaning someone mismanagement. That is Al-Hassan Sisi and Odiwe Edibai. Citizen Francis, MPP Facebook caucus says, Dr. Bawumia is simply incorruptible. Someone using his name for deals unbeknown to him does not make him complicit in the deal. As for the NDC, I would have been surprised if they had not decided to walk this path of roping the vice president into this saga. I'm begging the government to have a look at the pension situation because of their age. That's Yawedu, Silver Corner, Mataiko, and Odifri Nodibai. Why should the IMF and the Bretton Woods institutions have to assign Mr. Leonard Chumo as a resident advisor to the Bank of Ghana? Is it because of incompetency, cooked figures to make the failed Akufo-Addo's government look good, or thievery? That is Richard Amasaman. Well, I'm sure the letter clearly. Maybe I'm some kind of view. Bukala Jonas Adia from Kerry says, does the NPP need just a flag bearer or one that can clinch yet another victory for us in 2024? Because as a patriot, I find it mind-boggling as to why we cannot all throw our support behind Kennedy Japan to deliver a victory with that Supreme Court contention. That's Mukala Jonas Adia, Eddie Frikeri, and Odeba. Need 100.9. Ghana Muntie so and Wasio Gwe.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
Oh, there's some papa. Cassia Bo. Kowaka Tamonsa. Amaya Sa. Cassia Waye.
Onye Yimu. Nukratrodo. Kagame Kamadini Bo.
Nita Fe.
Mumayentie. Cassia ABOAGYE 100.9.
Right. Yanko enim anope yanto aso need 100.9 Ghana Muntie sunu aso goe. Yeda so go so. Ensem wa koso ma Ghana mu. I say ultimate bi na hu na ultimate ase. Yes. En kan no first pa na de bonka tabe above ase. Na die. Dauma ye chichim.
Yeah, here. Obakwesi mesre ECD force na juno nsuo ne mframa no. Mmea ne bi wo ho a ye light uduma ase light eni ho nti yesre ECD fo na amamole ene ne nkwan no so nyina no ye ni light ho nti ECD fo ya pamotel on consider yen ka abusia fo de bokrata da manim aye the herald na obiribu ahe ene wo ka kire MPP amanyoko se ntokwa esie ewo gabi asarwatere dako ena maame Sofaye Kufu mpo ena wo katre gabi asarwatere dako se ewo pe obi aka na asem wa manaye ne ya gabi watere dako no wo ya wan aban no ka ho wone ne number kura ya sen na no obiribu ahese asem no eda ho no asese MPP fo ya careful pa for some maame to come out and support womu aya picketing no asase eka bibi de kire womu
utie Madam Sofaye Kufu nsem no kan na.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
There's a part of kan yes. And it's because you see this one is not a MPP. And this is for you see, and my name soon sound ragabi ochida. The Chief of Justice, former Chief of Chief Justice.
Yeah.
I say, you are not a member of government. You are calling your Call yourself member of government.
Yeah.
Who you member of government?
And of course, aside that, I founding members no woman founding MPP no woman cast were founding member. I don't know, but I am not a doubt take a crack. Gabi.
I didn't founding member.
And I am not a doubt take a crack. Say, one no be there be a founding member.
Mami kodi mi come away na meba no pay na no Bank of Ghana for krata ya wo mu di pie ye na ya appointed advisor, technical advisor. Na oba be say police oba be gina CCI ye kon ho. Yen kwan ye no hwem. Enkwan na mo mu dudu. Da bi enkwan no epi dudu. Wono no oba be che government spokesperson on the economy. Manase ataboahin. Yema Manase moayen was adie mu. Sempa net. Manase da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anpe.
Ofa kwesi me jonso me chiao ene wabedwa for ene wetifo nyina na no.
Edasi. So senia ye nti ase ye se sisi ade technical advisor ya ebi crash wo mu nyinni na we no em say part of nhihye no e na ama IMF for the police technical advice ba be gina ikon ho ahwe ye nkwan mu se da bi mu nkwan no nam no doso dodo mu obi a mu ni bi nkwan mu ye na mu a na mebre na mu di egum enti wono no ba be advice ye ne ne ka ho ye nhihye ba be supervise ne ne ka ho. But Bank of Ghana for krata no chese omo an omo request saade we di ampa na owure ba be ye enti ye no ye ntimi nhye ho so nye ya ade.
You of a question said your kind of a Bank of Ghana and no more a request for opinion or beboa now provide a technical assistance. Nothing so boa ama capacity building of Bank of Ghana so said a very on me a supervisor banks no met me a na advantage what any say opinion ba oba any media obedi aboa ma yesika semedina ye no and yet at the cost of the state. If you're not Ghana, you're Fahonka, a Switzerland, and no more our funded opinion, educating in one advantage for the nation because Switzerland for no almost state secretariat for economic affairs. After Hokanino, Ama IMF and society may are signing opinion at the request of a Bank of Ghana. The opinion about which we have one. Former technical assistance.
Na empacho anopeni ani honorable Richard Champo di enkomo yes watch mu and krata no so can pay feed down say yes. SECU which is Switzerland State Secretariat for Economic Affairs any IMF for number bo ka but o say na say onya wo at least you so be ban nsuo kakra bi ni ade nti ye fa say ye che say ye de ye hu nkomu kra.
Afa ko say fully funded.
Okay.
Funding will hire the Mawa. I mean, the can't get a crowd financially. If you funding package, it would find as it is entirely funded by Switzerland. For now, of course, if you are Baha, they do all back anytime before funding the crack accommodation and everything. And yet to any additional cost at the bread or my Ghana.
But so if you no and I mean senior krata ne channel as assigned at the request of Bank of Ghana and fully funded by Switzerland State Secretariat for Economic Affairs SECU, the IMF, that's the International Monetary Fund, has assigned a resident advisor in financial sector supervision so to the Bank of Ghana to provide technical assistance and help build the capacity of the banking supervision function. So it means that you tosini ebano banking supervision ejuma no Bank of Ghana esi honu nyina no tosin won
of akwesi in tosini ohwe said the other countries any IMF this our so every country there or contributed to IMF program and that's why member of IMF no almost every time IMF provided technical assistance. IMF programmer will be very much aware and they say, oh, my there's a collectively, IMF, But IMF more and any technical assistance no cry very key. I mean we are more appointing for mobile member countries. And more be training in penny for more than in the various countries. Said they are or bit me added there 2 years. On bit me implementing policies there, Beboa, said they are mind bit me raising more taxes. After so more Munchani at 2 Chiani Fanny, on bit me at special. It's part of this training in a Omodi Okani, but said they are back supervision. Bank of Ghana, more bit me Asimo Ekina. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Bank of Ghana supervision poor neighbor may to enhance activities at Bank of Ghana and after so cooperation a war between or mining through the Bank of Ghana, any IMF, any affair circle for the percent is the Bank of Ghana up to that or more activities more. I'm an acosho than the experience in a day.
I see. Still a bise MONTIE as a mimusa se. So say yen na ya request ya enye omo no mo de ayi share con by force na yen ya request ya ba ni se no mo bo ho ka no
say ya yonko fa ye ne omo ewo it is said you be a student or hano go to amanane ya man full scholarship. Most of these countries IMF any Switzerland Secretary for Economic Affairs some more opportunities no. It's a member countries here will be for technical advisor or more scholarship package or what with me at the member countries based on our
okay
or more any country.
Okay, well, I'm sure say hon watch you ya entiase. So if you omokrata na you say nedwume ehyaase February ne de to so ye nsia na obewa mfie miensa sa eneti wo ho. Okay, all right. Manase, edasi. I'm sure I pay. And name work cardia boy.
Miss Medo asli be fa kwese.
Manase ataboy government spokesperson on the economy and pay krata ba beto dwa na no so no na ba be yenkomodie Bank of Ghana openia wa ba na sisia no wono ba be boa na wa my technical assistance capacity of the banking supervision no oba be he boa na etimi etintim help to build ni ne ka ho eno ho command pay ene yaji kakra edi afa ho na me yenua ya sanitano of political analyst yes adwade bia yene ne dijuma ewo ye fidie su no asene me baako anum say with all the buha about who is paying the resident advisor to Bank of Ghana. What does Switzerland want to exchange for the funding? Why not Togo? Why not Benin? There's no fee. There's no free lunch. What makes you think Switzerland will pay for free? But say no dear. Wachechi manasa chechi adewe mo say. Eya nyonkufa eda. Ghana. Any IMF for entem. But so yaw ni awonti ase and say Switzerland. Womu so mo bo ho kabino se ebetuma ba se no so ya nyonkofa enu so da o
wa kwesi media kakra asem bi se o mpa cha obo
ene ma menko ama no so bra
an kan pese me bisa
no ma menko ama no so bra ma menko di mi nkomo we me ba yes ba chan for NDC Ashanti Regional Deputy Secretary na no pe kwabra be kai di asemba kutudwa NDC Youth Organizer so ame yes no akopie court o mama no building
50,000
yeah you
know too sure it
yeah ma me ne ba chan for ni nkomo kaka ba da asemo akwa baba Neat FM so
yeah na me never
na umpom te say
na ko ba
so ni ayakin kan bi ate any mfoni ni bi ayehu se ne na NDC chitafo bosse ni ne account so munua raza kwampa sisia no wonya ni trade dim ya se court man bill me boa
nyango ba do so dream training no mama ne kan check for nyina
chief for you
na problem ma ko me na mo senso enra dream training no etene dream no odikan buta afi for one enjuje mo o ma je bina ama police also due to the only mo twi mo and then the aka no kan mo person the below of language na omo for church asem no ekobro kasem ema wo na judge no ego say lawyer for say almost gina almost the almost be la manana the lead counsel lawyer Evans Fantam chairman kwa so it them can say no correct argument to reason on the first appearance for gina kwa na waka can be at the out of the Abraham rather from why youth organizer was promoted for 12 years. Who is the phone to me can so much in what's in Bonibia and as we're trying to mobile a beha of mine we assume and the judge no finding into na on sheten ka you ran obe mano fahudi imprinting ya nanka ya twema asempo nanka sano approach for abaso. Who for the story can say ampa but bill ma yenim say it's in the bottom of the judge description and you know discretion and into judge no exercise our discretion no tenure or no pen and the judge no say it's wisdom no can say ni ojano ama yakwe atempo na nkasa e wo no into the figure so 50,000 Ghana ACD and pim edunum at would be so MNT you know so eje item today ema emra ewura no enya bela eno I didn't go fee.
I see. Basa asem no de womu enkan womu wi a chese ombeto asomeboa.
Nyankopon ya adoma eye night match osimi a edi enimu ne de toso enkono ye beko akwa kujira asem ni biem na afa asem ne pompon so ana no kozi for the abono ama nemre nimfo nso eyinam.
So abranche na nkasa na sen na net no eno onya ni tididi mu a wonya eye beli.
Media no Razak he's been a very strong guy. Unim say ya honam no to say ya papa say doing get ya commander ye mo na eso. He was a very strong guy. And on a lighter note, the Kaiser Bray chairs there was also prof we no sabros I remind there was me remember. Engineer there ya there waka simbia no abu no den and he no naturally see nipa wakota tem eja de ni de but no bia me hu am for say osuluti DBC a DBC that no he is a very strong guy. He still stood by a simple time and said attempt for that of after the day. And one would not live with the on your country, say, no, and can see a demon or year from so by big year. Keep it near Bassa, but send for no hand here. It's so sound by that, no kind. Generally, a year no party supporters the buyer, named Jabba, the revolution strong was sunk, and Menra, the bar party headquarters, a share on your Mokasai, and my answer the transible Bonia lawyer for the home come the way forward. And just now, they're not a energy after the bill.
I see. Na mehwe mfonini bia me hu na etitafo ne senia womuto ahyimu mumeni ne kakaka ho no na chese utumi se amanfo nka ebe disappointed we nya bill na
can be disappointed because on the grounds of bill menya nyama atitira kete pa bi no di kind say nipa no court of hwena obeba ene but aya da kete wo and now see the police for hwemo no onko yi osi akwan ema police for hwemo anyama we mi egun so nyina no abrante after because about police for pen no on one dey no buy so it means say why not just cooperate with the court and into here na brebi a obeba ebe na to no dey crowd obai dey to so bi no police for started to hwemo no who ne phone call bi anomo bi a watu say for the see police for hwemo no kwan and no the time we be now satisfy as a so judge can so man that's why it's all china for abra we need that and yes some of us will be disappointed but even say emranim na judge ni anọ tia so you be what they embaye you must not say emranim so to pay it it's an emranim here no where the Nigeria apa na work come a time of victory come 2024 and supporters who are Ashanti region Ashanti region is becoming stronger and stronger. Make the mechanical say in 2 election years to come. Ashanti region may be the stronghold of the National Democratic Congress.
I see. But bakunso sani ana don no si bonyum na wo mo kukuru no mo pagya na tese ni okan bia no mo fo aso hu.
Me na asem po no okan ne de ye nyina ye fo aso. Wan ka asem bonu no.
Ye nyina se NDC amanyoko.
In the Ashanti region, Jenya was antimanteman, Yenim Jay them, Yenim Sini Java Ashian. Asem po no okan. E bi na me kan say he may be too passionate over no kind because why you to organize a for swimming for 3 times 4 years means that when him dear or say chairman will support us your more it will come with the police station it make us a ha will be said not the dear to about ha it make us ha yama when you dear to about ya dear hukum we are a which is probable and now all church say the time way because of the dear self-defense our meremu and until power of mine. That's a can be because of the cow and the chronic part of our mine. He may be wrong in putting these words together because on time say send a new the air canal. But I said no Canada, the substance of the master still stands. The Abuba photo I was always wrong. Was it a beer commission the report about Omampenia and Yamoshi? You put the pins here through what the chimney the cool. You bought a bit too one kind, and you are police quarters. I could point for someone go to NPP intimidating ND to Ashanti region for far too long, and you say, can't tell how fire and sun share the military view. I'm a pardon and swaffle. And until the Sardine be sad, but they are, and it's not just a self defense of a Ghana memorable. Everybody have come
At utia semna bam se we de utie na asem no kan na any nchechimi ade mai enenko
he may be wrong on putting the words together in America he might have said putting the words together but the substance of the matter the ensure
Okay, all right. Well, so Sassem no court in Jerry Ebeko. Why? Batch and for Petrofo Abedichi or Santimantima NDC Amanyukono and our name at Chekakra need 100 points na Ghana Muntie Suno Asuogwe na Safo Raphael Patrick and so a youth organizer was Santimantima Manyuko MPP. Safo Yadasimu Akaba need FM so.
Brother, you my Joso.
Boko. I'm sure, sir, as Obia Obwabwa, a year Mabunano, Emma MPP Amanyuko was Santimantem. Sir, a year Razak Asemi Babada Honum saying, Mofolo, we need DH, and Ra Wakwaku court a money bill. Minya sure say we know a bear would say be a court a money bill, Meboa.
Lady Kind, Robert, I mean, Chow, what you for now, Minawas, Wakwanya, and Alpha Diamond. I'm going to you. Asamoah I mean, can be family by for kind. I am totally disappointed in Baikampo. Extremely disappointed. The tacit endorsement of that violent statement of Branch Jeremiah, and then Baikampo and I'm ready also as support the violent statement. That's why I'm youth organizer make here. And yes, I'm a branch and a kind. A branch and a thing. According to the NDC, almost private meetings are almost going into 2024 elections, meeting omo national executive akoni say, omeku kumnipa ewa santimam ama jomahama bedi mampanyini. Enya asem we ni yeka wasa. Abazi, enya video ayeka wasa me say, so I'm a constituency youth organizer of the NDC say, according to meeting omo national executive eta omo chia omo akoni kire say, 2024 elections, asantimam, omo di tuo sekan aba na so mu ku nipa upo na se mampanyin da John Mahama bedi mampanyin na ayede asemu we asemu a na e affect the national security of this country asemu a yentimi fa no saa kwa asemu about for the regional secretary of the NDC ka na asemu na nkasa branch ne kan de NDC for tarnity ada ibata for so we nipa a wo twini kwa chiri na wo da suye so na oman Ghana dawa kuma so a Make sure so make it hard. Dangerous support or statement in support of the guy.
Nyabutre.
I want to empower this me so.
Nyabutre, Safu Nyabutre. Debbie, Abutre is Mimpeso Babi Diatemano pay. Empacho, Kenny, Empacho, Kenny, Nyabutre, and Ope Mediator.
Hey, there's a Kruma. The India Santa Region MPP. Young Kasa Fassam who be brain say. Now you did this and Yaman yourself. And yet the national assembly affecting what was personal security, maybe personal security. I did be a bit more my gun, I say. A job told my gun and Mubiano. And if you am yourself, and if political for the chair branchiano. Young NPP, you have a cast policy for your about your bomb abaso. The subsequent prosecution and then court for court near book court to Abaso. Why you go court to back? Now we get court to die home. Now we kick us some way. Not by time for what is wrong with my brother. It is a reason why I was make say respectfully. Many court to know any agony. Even though I respect the court decisions here, but I disagree with the court.
So when in Jihon and Yadia and Webunu, when it is a court to Naman Bill. And court now a more trim still.
I was in Ghana. Say a restaurant. Now you see, what with ABOAGYE? Only need to be hope. Somebody jaibe to or my animal. Ghana Mama quite a woman. You won't go see your officer very. I'll say you could see a same way, me personally as a regular youth organizer. I respect the court's decision, but I disagree with the court. Let's see my branch and trim. As some Nankasa Pono. A chronic county Puna Swami youth organizer, the Montana was it. Okay, as someone making. The national executive for a two Obama or Monta Mimati, as someone the African executive no. Omukram for a craft, may you move free at Samoya, a better Montini. Investigation you're doing. I say, as some Yajana Hangi review. I don't know how we see some women grow. I was in Miraho. And I'm paying Miraho, I'm radical. The democracy in the same year. Let's see, I saw a better for Keka. But once more, okay, Pano, who can you quote to move a baby? Or see a family, a branchiano, nothing or personal canon, and yes, I know can, so yay, NDC for your Taomati. Where from this statement? Every and I don't make a simple Oba or Kwawaria on channel, or two banchia unia. I was ABOAGYE. Oba, so Kwawaria, not one Chawaria, or two banchia unia, and this is for my Ghana and Ankasa, own dog Ghana. It's a best say, oh my Ghana piano, and no, almost a year. And a bunch of 40 and by year, quite about 2024. Ghana for, and yet one with your community part of one year, but to about my own. What will she say, policies and programs? Which is a my way, in 2016. Now, at the Sumu, a Mao yet 3 Mao Botre, Mema Baba for magazine for no Munya Kania and Yadman that John Mahama, go for the Wamaya Kania. In 2016, education sector. Talk crowd, me and you been Trovakai, Mammy or Caucas, your mom would talk in it. And then go for the warrior free education was how much talk. Now, there's no allowance, second Mamma and community, and here about 2024. As someone here MPP, I can say, Yamamo Kania, Yamamo free education, so move at me at Twaswa, no mammy at Twasu. Now, also NDC for Mother Kadium waiting here, any Pakunkum. I was here, Waggy, any Pakunkum. I am so much unhappy now, pay. Mira Hooper or Quasi. That's for you, no Ghana for chow. And there were interviews on radio so as Santimum Ghana. These are the statements in support of that violent statement made by the Swami Youth Organizer. And I'm not surprised. In 2020 election, proud to 2020 election, and this is for Kobo Posa, and then Yanko profile for Trump of me, as video in the Babon, there's on back kidnap for a man for. And they had the same video agro. They didn't Yanko Posi do or mind Ghana. And this is what a share money. No, I found no, the Babon. Sadly, Yamefa, Ura, for some of them, not 2020, I jump pa. Almost before Ghana, also on the kitchen, pass them. Now, my Ghana, a Babon, you're quite sure for some for 2024, Vienna. I can find branch here with one or the Babon. Maybe I disagree with the court decision, even though I respect it. Me did this, I was saying, I branch here with you didn't show. Yamam go to the full rigors of the law. Yeah, investigation. They investigated the NDC executive. They investigated the regional executive. over their endorsement and support of that violence. That was why
it does.
Democracy we need to be grown on my way, on my one, on my Ghana. As I in count view. That's what I was.
Miss Medasi, Safo Raphael, Patrick, Obabwa, Mbunano, Emma, MPP Amanyukun was Santimantem, Anope, and Weja, Honum Sino. Well, I mean, my BB, I know so by Moakuma, Atimiato Yem Kakra, and no, yeah, in Sassem, and if you're rough, we will move Queen, they be an rent, if you not as soon as Wasamba, no Baba rent you, and Nuntina may come for a Sasasi Ediamau, as I see Benyabi Oningo Pram, Shy Hills, Chopoli, and ne a Miahudoaka. Men can't let me say, we chiri. Me say, men can't let me say, we chiri. Yo. Ebi obi ate ene bia no okoto asase no okokra no se we chiri ebere bi atwem kra bia obeti na Ghana hanum se omde yedi tu ehunu ye kana East Lagos ebere bi atwem sa East Lagos no we chiri ene amanfo ene so no osuri sa pepepe yedi we wo adanse ma sa na be na we chiri yo men kope bi nto asase 25,000 that TV so about 20,000 yedi ko 15,000 Ghana cedis entitia ne ete so tutu anamoe na unye mufa wakwa akwaji wasase nsase semu ehu krata de bibia boko uni ohaw bia ewo ho enti omodi ahwehwe Heart Builders Real Estate omadama no omde sansasi ede mayen 7,000 Ghana cedis half bina de akwa akoto ase na chese waje kakra benya kra no wenya 7,000 na kakra benya bia uni omkodi nkita ho Promo 0241 665200 0241 665200 and 0593 244322 0593 244322 Heart Builders Real Estate. We are the future planners. Enuntino enye sense asepe enye to amount. Yakasi e future planners aye boa odachi na chese bibia blocks we be sit down e betimi aboa mo enye bi. Etwa blocks yi bi ton. Enu be ye nhihye roofing nyade be bodan so roofing sheet borehole kra pese otubia architectural drawings say edan no kwa pese e draw ye designs nya de ade ni nyina ye bi biodigester enka na bia wusi dan na wotu manhole omfen manhole obetu manhole tintin sisi ade ni buaba ye nye manhole tintin bia ni aba na ye biodigester kuma saseni kuma bikitwe bi yentukura men kofom eno so afebo na chese uja nan aba kugum nsuo ba fie hodum nyina batwe bibia kama biodigester ni nyina Heart Builders Real Estate for ASA nyama webi hwo machira kwan wo mo ashama wo ni Mandela Park na di hwe animu e wa ashama wo mo ye the social estate company a obetimi ato asase bia pese o ye bia politics na wonton bi wonum sin abetimi nye bi na odiesi ofie ebu nhwe gum Real Estate Heart Builders that's Heart Builders Real Estate for Omadama and ya 0241 66 0241 665200 and 0593 244322 ye chia kwan ene
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Odisampa Kasia bo Kowakata Munsa Amaya se Kasia waje
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kagremen kamadini bo
Nitape
Mayentie Kasia waje 100.9
Kwesi bonkwe
President Kufuor should stop shifting the goalpost and all blame game because we are not the one who appointed and we are not the one who appoint and sack. That's Ablade Ifye Kumazungu and Odi Free and Odi by Blueprint writing from Iskaru Kitan says the DDEP has exceeded the 80% participation and we therefore thank the Ghanaians for their overwhelming participation for how far this have come. That is Blueprint. And on the way, Eddie Free, This is my producer.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this and papa, Cassia Bo, Kowaka Tamonsa, Amaya Sa, Cassia Waye,
Onye Yimu, Nucretrodo, Kagame Kamadinibo,
Nita Fair,
Mayentie. Kwasi ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwasi Monkwe.
Monfanche me chief obayan kwe ni mano pe na yene Professor Lord Mensa of University of Ghana yene enin komo. Okay. Yes. It's a measure na sa. Koma before na yi mekono na osu ubisa asem bi.
Yeah, of a kwasi wa won say ayi braso say ensem ni bi wo ho a yetumi pa mu kana te said ye tie no a. I won say eya minim say afiri himfo eya ne ye this ye womo bo tabi asare wotre da ko edin edi abata asem bi ho a yese founding member MPP Gabi asare wotre da ko a leading member MPP Gabi asare wotre da ko eto de bi kura na leading member ewo government. But over kwesi one on the number pan saying, and then the position ne saying, ye can founding members, ye can leading members ya. Omu edi MPP amanyo kuenimua. Sabi entina mame no eswa ya disturbance no.
Professor Lord Mensa, a senior lecturer, Department of Finance, University of Ghana. Prof, that's him akwa baba ni TFM so. Hello, Prof. Uh-oh. Prof, what you mean? Okay. Amana ye budi mentishe. I didn't want to say, well, you better say, be a Prof. Ahumano, ebe blinky pink. Not just say, not just what them. This idea is like light green. Which means a Prof ni Ahumano so.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All right. Prof Majority Minka. We the fache emsa no pe ahwano air play tricks kakra ewe so. Na mpomu e. So yen shen common as in fear no say still because you wie say treat ye nya eye adeswa say 85% participation of domestic debt exchange program abine e dey about to dra and just as scratch the buy any papers no reporting na 83 billion Ghana cedis na CCR no me fans am for asaranda ediama ne dika no to saying idea yes you think say 85 no mo GDO because a big question cross say omni GDO say 85 any the account senator
and the one question no and the nya when it comes to finance minister target here 137 billion. Maybe I don't know the calculation.
100 sika no osuo here 137.
Yes.
Okay.
For this debt testing.
Okay.
Savings I have here. It is WNO Ebedane 97 billion, which is only principal. I don't know whether the 137 includes principal and then the interest payment. Was not share pressure finance minister issue here. I say outstanding principal amount and number 98. And principal amount amount for 10 amount for surrender and amount for a swap for debt exchange, and we have 83 billion. As in terms of percentage, they have 85%. But we only see principal tender with 137. The friend is only 85%. And at the same time, the far the finance minister and the country now with 187%. 137%. Sorry, 137 people. The 80% broke 97. I gave you numbers, not to be consistent with the target that we're looking for.
No.
And finance minister or manage the economy, and why indicate is the president we're achieving a target. And so for me, it's a good news. We're achieving a target.
But Prof, I'm sure, sir. Yen cry yen finance yen economics ni akain. Inchechemu ade amake kakre ya no. Sir, ye initial projections no ni audi be two dwan say okay, pay 137 billion.
Yeah.
Na say ne wa realize figure ya odi atudwa. Sir, there's a shortfall me boa. Eto swati me boa.
A swati and apart from
and so tia untimi nka say wa achieve target ana.
No swati and apart from that no inconsistencies in the reportage can also create a problem. Because the economy, yes, we get that exchange here. Reforms, from the economic reforms that you go through. It's the year. The first day was there, because and they will say, "Oh, target here 137." Now, if our target here, principal together with it. That's it. Ubekase target for now, no yet 98 billion. Now, what could you more 83 billion? You went to 85 point something billion. I'm saying, young pensioners are almost picking the finance minister.
Sure.
It is our pensioners, almost the exemption from the government. They don't want to be self-exempt. I don't have 3% now in excess of 80% target. Only say your mom would get a woman. Now we your mom exemption. I give you I know it. And make me like I said, they are really to me and you're consistent in terms of numbers. We share press statements for finance minister is to about here. All debt obligations will be honored contingent to, fiscal commitment. A statement that what it has to be more and finance with more. According to who fiscal commitment, I said you may overlook it, and then not necessarily paying some coupon. It I did be on finance minister not on that statement and share precious release because the more uncertainty, it doesn't give investor confidence. Already, they lose confidence in the financial space to the extent that the structure of finance is here to build up the economy after debt restructuring. Any bizarre. And the economic pickup, the IMF engagement will be very slow. It, and then or this statement, this is the press statement.
So, ni nyine mu sɛ nea wɔsi akyerɛ mu yi, nsunsuanso a wɔ man titiri ne sɛ because reforms na BBC no ne nsunsuanso paa ne sɛn for the larger Ghana as a mine no ɛne sɛn paa.
Oh, mine no there nsunsuanso this is here no aban ne sɛ amanfo atenda 85 82 83 billion as principal payment and I'm saying aban no basically different for now and it brings about certain levels of interest payment aban no benya available as cash which means a year economy it in a larger way part ideally and interest obligation on the balance sheet of the state, will come down. and it's going to come down to some extent. The very extended payment, the maturity, maybe 2 years. They are 5 years.
Yeah.
The government interest payment is swabete. Principal so swabete. Yes, cash available to the government. And I can say they get restructuring, is a lead IMF program. Maybe to me any year I have been support from IMF was board approved, but that was a committee game. It is it to me now the IMF approval to come one. That deferment of interest payment to medical can one plus the IMF support of maybe it's a 3-year program. Every year there 1 billion make cash available to the government. And as a result of that, a buying business born near the other because lawyer debt restructuring now would pay debt. As a born was not so. Now, what you mean, I said, would be on Cano because the almost be on Cano, I sacrificed it. I just said, then get the car with my hand. But be quiet or mind when you must. Now, a mind is being what you mean, I'm not just there for you. If the can never call up or buy home when to. I'm fine. Then go ahead and say the usual attitude of government. I had the one say spending because you also think about spend you might win a facility. So, yeah, my government the benefit out. Then facility, I say, the battle. A true fiscal discipline, and that the way I buy no bit and spending the sicker, and not every man, and facility. The Kobana is there, Kaba, but to be a goa, to be a goa, and to make my economy. Yeah, now that reforms with together with that, protected mismanagement, be a double dip for the economy.
I see. So, ni nyina mu yi, eno aso Bank of Ghana for the krata aba. CCI benya technical advisor, buana yetimi build a capacity on the supervisory function and supervision function in your account. Oshe krata no omo de buy na. Omo say ya kasa as o mind the Bank of Ghana na request here. But is a who card here. IMF for ni circle na omu tua bibia. Ebi asembusa ne se na yehia saade we ene ne ka ho sa anamo Bank of Ghana to eto say
many am say over this statement na first statement acquire the routine dey be almost because we get almost indicate 2016 na go be nya sa the friend that advisor as about that. I think that IMF has come to realize that my Ghana no Bibiano that said mismanage the economy no. And I said the IMF system. There are two things the dynamics has always been. The IMF system are very different. The Yamu free as well. Now you mismanage. The Bibiano mono stakeholders no. If they're going to engage us, they are building economy. I see it there. They come in with their experts for them to support in some of the decisions that will be making over here. So that at least, even to me, age 9 now, Robert Timas here, I am a father Christmas. There be a kind of requirement. So, I am a difficult brother. But make sure that you can hear you. The scan of budget, both times the budget scan to restructure your economy. It must be used as such. And Tina, a babyano, the Okobom business, make sure that put the car before the Omocano, only one negotiate active. And I say, what changes a canon terms never because among person with this cover brewer, what come in and like Ghana, they are put out there be almost no, we be able to structure economy. You know, say, back now, the trust we have with our economic management. Now that they believe that you will need external hands to manage the economy very well, or you will need kind of monitoring. Because I am myself, no one person can to our own company. A more country representative, matter appointed advisors. In a way, no, they are sending the signal that the support they're coming to give you, they want it to work.
Oh, okay. Well, you're seeing a prof. You've that's on a paid BC. I'm sure. That's Prof. Lord Mensah. Professor Lord Mensah, Senior Lecturer, Department of Finance, University of Ghana, NEET 100.9, Ghana MONTIE, so, and was your go. Make out, later on this morning, Pin Fonso Betransi, Nature, Adjunche, and Koma Hudo to Jano, Omobebwa, na Yajibi, Eddie, Fium Hornum saying, yeah, that's so good, so, my dream chain been so I'm saying, OPK or Patriotic Voices, God, so I see the court. She'll fast track things on to forcing structural ambulance deal, in which he has caused financial loss to the state. That's OPK and Odianobaye. Now to this one here from Yawuza. Yawuza the free. So I'm going to see the domestic debt exchange program, which saw a lot of resistance despite its voluntary participation, has finally come to an end with over 80% of bondholders signing onto the program, which is a great feat. And I commend the individual bondholders for supporting the government through such a policy to restore the macroeconomic stability. Yauza Swami, NOD free, NOD buy. Eben Ewakwabenya says, the former Chief Justice Sofia Kufu, thanks so much for putting Gabi Oshidakon to where he belongs. Confusion galore. The center cannot hold anymore. Eben Kwabenya. Teacher Kujo Tepa Susu says, it is sad that a former Chief Justice will insult someone because she was criticized. I feel sad. She should have welcomed the observation instead of attacking the speaker. The things she said were not nice at all. Who did she insult? Kwesi, do you know Ghanaians are still ruled in a form of slavery? Someone to sign a document is part of slavery. Right, Belgium. You've been signing documents. You sign documents, contract document is why is not slavery. Amisco Spelele, Ewa Kaswa Republic says undoubtedly over 80% participation of the debt exchange program is statistically significant. Kudos to Ghanaians for the overwhelming support to their policy. Amisco Spelele with that one from Kaswa. You see, please, there's a saying that if you want to travel, you prepare for the journey. But what is going on now in the government and the economy is not the best. And I don't know why President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo is still keeping the Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta at post. Mr. Teg Edifi, Gulf Estate Tema, and Odibai. Power. Let me skip a very lengthy one. I need time to go through that one. Let us all have faith in the Nanado Baumia administration because they alone can solve the challenges. They alone can't solve the challenge or can't solve the I don't know which is which. Of Mami Domi, and I'll be free and I'll be buy. Kwame Abuagye Cape Coast says our constitution is clear that you can only win power through the ballot box. But the desperate and violent NDC is calling their members to kill Ghanaians to win power in 2024. Kwame Abuagye and Odiwe by NEET 100.9.
Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE.
Woodsie or ha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, now Becca. Ya John to mami and duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kwa de aka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Cratch up a baba worry. Ye fear said this way chocolate drink. Yes, sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye be chef fridge no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ni yenum. And this way no ti anu a. He se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Woodsie or ha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this and papa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kasia boye.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kalagile men kamadile bo.
Nitafe.
Mama yentie. Kasia boye 100.
Woodsie or ha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, now Becca. Ya John to mami and duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kwa de aka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Cratch up a baba worry. Ye fear said this way chocolate drink. Yes, sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye be chef fridge no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ni yenum. And this way no ti anu a. He se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized.
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Woodsie or ha extra punk no. Needs FM.
You know, when I cannot fathom the reason for something being done in a particular way, especially when it's been done for others, but it's not being done for others, I start getting suspicious. I've grown to be to the age where I've seen it all, and therefore I easily become suspicious. Gabi Ochiridako can call me paranoid. I don't care. We're talking about people, we're talking about human beings, we're talking about people who have served this country and have served well and served hard. Not easy service when you're not a member of government and you're calling yourself a member of government. So that's all I've got to say about this matter. Problem with this whole thing is the destruction of the image of this nation, and something that is being done which will last for generations. It took a long time before normal Ghanaians would even buy anything to anything that is government, because there was always the suspicion, tomorrow you don't know what will happen. Now they are reintroducing that all that needs to be done. And Doctor was talking about a letter, simple letter that was written by the association to the minister. Exempt us from your program. I think that's the gist. I always like to distill things to their lowest common denominator. Exempt us, we are pensioners. Up to now, I've seen a copy of the letter. It's dated 7th January. According to Doctor, it was delivered on 10th January. Up to now, there's not even a note. I'm not even saying a letter, a note of acknowledgement. And yet, a few days ago, similar letters that have been written to the minister have been responded to, whereby he has categorically exempted other groups. Why? The way things are going, what I sense and what I smell is the creation of two categories of people, or two classes of people. Those who have been exempted by the issuer. I think Doctor was very clear with the distinction. Yes. And then now they are calling those who refused to sign on to the debt exchange, they're calling them self-exempted. No, they simply refused to sign. They just simply want to stand by the original bond that they have with the government. And you know, the word bond is not used as a casual term. Bond means tied to. Yes. And when a government bond can be tossed up and down the tides like that, flip-flop, that's a serious thing.
And some of what you call bata, assume said don't change the maja, assume Ghana Montier so. Well,
so a brasso and painful Naciano pay studio I'm saying Nankuna Bapa and Sama Jimmy. Honorable Samuel I pay, former member of parliament for Ayensuano. And I'm sure say now a few we Obeka and Como you didn't come come. There's a possibility say Obesan ko Ayensuano. Enti Ayensuano for a MONTIE and a pay with studio and I'm saying Honorable Dana Shaman, so former member of parliament for Buem. It's not giving me any indications of Obesan ko bu. He's not a retiree. He's not a pensioner.
Yeah, man. That's the.
I'm a Piketty.
Oh, but me don't pension. I'm a young person.
I see. I have this friend. Or say, the way analysis. Yeah, said she follows you, pa. I'm sure it's not pay. Yes, honorable. I say, for your analysis now, they will see and need you. And to me, I just a lot you wait. Lottie, what? And I saw so Magic honorable. Magic honorable. Not why the Valentine momo. All right, P.
Yeah.
Me share watch it. Last year, I'm saying last year, you know. Now I'm saying why is she kakra?
Yes, me Wednesdays, no weekends night. Frequenting the alcohol. I bet. Okay. I'm a Jumana break. Honorable Alan Kodrichra Martin campaigner Washington.
Okay.
And then I'm here Eastern Regional Coordinator for the Alan. For President 2024.
It's the whole kind of team, no?
I see. Weekend the Juma or Eastern Region.
I see.
The regional tour no be do Kofodia.
I see.
As a regional campaign team, now say me call from Wednesday. Now me call preparation. One say asana Yesu be ba no subo ni Yohani.
Prepare
kwan wan sana Yesu ba. Nti na say me di kan Eastern Region.
And this is why subo ni Yohani. I see.
Missy kwam ama I na epui ama Ghana nyina no. Mami nchia wait you for Samri anopay bichubia and na Valentine and chocolate day. Ghana fu nyina obia anya hwekra na say we di chocolate back. Kwasi mi je say we di bi.
Oh, enra unia masoko fujuma Ihok. On chair me.
Okay.
Chocolate be almost over
there. But bigger than any biara 30 million Ghanaians. I finish when the chocolate 14 February. I hear chocolate day. The anya share crown. We BB. And just say chocolate in BB I do cocoa. Aye. No edi. Na abwa na kuku. Na bechi Excellency the President. Na rodan kwa kufado. And then name for on wumbu abang nyina. Na minchia next to lead. Ura Alan Kodrichra Martin. Wow, Shasi, a pro no catch them pain of and the amount for you. Say, Name, ya domina brewe Maquem, na MPP. Yet the forms but twice will be our person will be praying, Wabe, Franca, Tuni, ama MPP, no, Okofa Franca, Abokako Fabi. Baby, I could be also a mouth for a budget, so Papa Panano, a year new job in my hen, a year. That's a break with Kubatim to see a visa. Your corner him feel Kufudu, a feeder or cassa. Now, or Chile and nam Uracha Martin, now brasse, and no query D, and the pre-prayer. Or no, the longest ever serving trade minister ever Ghana, Kufu Brosso, ABC Kufado Brosso, Bianten or Hassam. Hey, Bonnie Biaran, Biaran cannot Taramu, and I Ghana Funina, Ashon, but Medasi.
Miss Medasi, that's a RYP. Maminjan so na chese yenshan komonasi anope so far on the domestic debt exchange program enra Ministry of Finance the krata dia ba womanya a year almost 85% participation and looking at the figures 83 billion Ghana cedis and amount for so far masanda edi ama a year aban sika obetimi enka ese otua de ma amount for amount for sure. Okay, yeah, my break a cry. Sign fire to a unyuma so and in your cajon. San commodity and only idea yadesha and common see and I pay. So, my mamma and I pay and bring I pay.
South domestic debt exchange programming. Yes, I need so many. I was sank yet, but you be a communicators, Yakasama Bano, Yakom, Yahoros, Aquachurch, Akaka, Ibebre, education, Aquasra, and also said, which ye discussions and ensemble Kosovo, radio TV. So to say, don't wanna one at Yasokra will name near Kofasa or how you buy, or how Nina said, yen debt to GDP ratio, it's a church in my Sibia Kwasuha, Afibia, and Abosonosia, despite. Media etuawaka 1,000 Ghana cedis. Now we hear sika edi akwaye wodan bi we hear sika wo school fees we hear sika edi atoto na maybe o se wototo nti ko bankers ho na o bankers ma o loan anson no akwaji bi aka ho anson no akwa bank fura akwaji bi aka ho nti kan ni nyina abo mu no edu bosomi a na we say o bank ne tetewa sika na be kan nyina wototo 93% or 93.5% of your income. na che se woton wo ye wo akatua nyina na woni ma wonya nyina bosome no sika ye betu afim no na beka no entumi nya hwe fa ma wanya wo ma kora wontumi nto aduan ma woni nti saa pempensi na ye du na obi bi se ye dan na ye du ho emri bi na ye 2000 99 2000 ye course so high bi mu ye debt to GDP ratio ekoya about 148%. Say bosom so ya wasi ye kopɛ 48% bi bɛka yen sika ho ansa na ye to betua nipa ye de won kanaka nti e ba sa na president Kufuor about 2001 no na fi kwanga ye bɛfa so atua adwuma ye foka kora na ye din wokaya na ma president Kufuor ko Nigeria kopɛ crude bi e de buy ma yetumi enya fuel kakra euc ema na police foka wo de bɛkɔ ayi na ho akwa atwe nti okwa Nigeria for ma yen pidot nti ema president Kufuor ko hu IMF ma wo declare yen epic country epic kire say na afi e ka bro e ka dokoro nti unye sika mfanya hwe yetete wusika nyina wi a wo ka nyina wi a na afi do akọ bankrupt nti epic ema yen debt forgiveness all my conditions bi si yen so si etumi di so a omo de yen ka ye de ni bi beche yen ampa ye di so ema wo ka ye be ye he we Ghana say ye do the completion point of epic nti ansina Kufuor hand over 2009 no na yen debt to GDP no aba fama be do 26% to GDP. Na just say bosom you tua ka because we the 26% of your salary tua ho aka. Nti na obenya 74% a eno eye kwa obetum dey na wo say wo dey nyina. Na no na NDC fu be so mu. And we hu say what 26% to GDP no. Was na just say betuma pabo si abebre kura ka ho dey aye ne wo say dey. And we so mu kiki 100 over 2017. Edi amana na do Kufuor ado no. No mo de yanga fi 26%, abedu 28%. Sorry, 58% kwesi. I mean can be. No mo de yanga fi 26% to GDP. Abedu 58% to GDP. That was 2017. And MPP fonso ye be so mu from 58% no. And ye de eba abedu 86%. Na sesi ano eda 93.5% kwesi ho ncheche mu kakra ho ansana ye beko apply for IMF no na yen debt to GDP na 86% na 93.5 na mum ye kodu IMF kasi mo de ka bi asa aka no na enka mo eka ho nso wo ye dan a eyo man ne ka nti mo fa ni nyina mmomu na mo fa mra eka bi epa ne eye saa son hydro project bi ekwa no 2 billion unse no better agreement I'm a fisi
but you say no o say almost say enye Ghana foka
there be me say enye ka eka aban say your government debt and your debt bi a eno nso eye bibi say authority bi say Ghana Airport Company akwaje debt cocoa board akwaje cocoa syndicated loan no fan central government debt
I still Ghana.
Yes, still Ghana. In time of vacancy, the central government kahu and kahu a Ghana foka. Into moving in kahu into 2 billion Sano Hydro and a cocoa syndicated. And a Kabia na union NDC a pens woko J loans be na enka central government debt. Yet Nina Beka, yes, strike you now I be do 93.5%. Na afi ebasana you will be a feno balance of payment. Na fe abasana na sika yenya wo dollar ye de ba man mu as compared to anyoma ye kra no kwesi na imbalance nti tem bia na dollar no ho akwahwe etumi ma dollar no atwe sidi no aboso ama sesei dollar na kwanu mu hia sidi bebre ansa na wetumi asesa enya dollar ne kakra bi nti kwesi eno na ma Ghana sisa yenkɔ IMF ni yenkɔ balance of payment support nti IMF mo nka mo ka ne nyina mom ye kan nyina abom na aduan be do 93.5%. Sadia ye bema mo $3 billion. Sa $3 billion no eno na mo de ba be support yes balance of payment support. Na dollar etumi aba system no mu na mo ho ahan mu. Na ansana ye bema mo se sika no. That 93.5% na mo fa kwan bi ambotumi afa so. Na mo reduce mo debt to GDP ratio anya hwe kura no emra emedu 55% to GDP. Because ehon ye was say no. What's the 93.5
I'm not 2 minutes in count. No, my corner samba.
Mummy, and your mummy until so, name 55%. The 55% no. and our Ministry of Finance at Transit kwan ben so na befa are able to reduce from 93.5% to 55%. And when this are a domestic debt exchange program you buy nyame adom and you to me reduce your debt into about 83 billion Ghana cedis as a bond.
But send us can no pay.
Debbie. So your external debt.
Yes, but I'm saying say no pay. Because you also go to a point who call unya sika kremfi the capital market.
Yes, and then because you IMF. So when you the capital market, I won't IMF. Because if you are at 93.5, will be a capital market to be a normal.
Yeah.
Euro bond, two bonds unya. Domestic bonds, a bank will not be prepared to give you loan at 93.5% to GDP. Because I'm probably 300. What 300 I want to mean to you? Until now, we say yeko just bond you will pay a bank, Susikawa bank chain, Bosiano. Kwan ben so na ebetumi afa as abosie yi ye be kwan so na ama ban ho ahan na eno na ede sa do be
Musa bibi kitwe because these are things that you hear maybe the opposition attack and say something like the sinking fund sa foto no ebribi atwem omo ye mobile omo kachre omo kan de bia omo kachem se mama mani nko sinking fan no ho yemfeskengo ni na mo diska no nyina crab na stabilization fan na mo dum se wrem ni nyina aka enti kodu brebi no say sinking fan na nke be betumi abo akra nke hu chire se na nke timi ni dia service ye debt no ni nyina ma we cash ni ni aka
e won say what time out man minister bia so am 2000 anka between 26 to 58% na NDCD enkweno near MBI between 58 and 93.5 message go hipik buy COVID buy Ukraine war buy into do baby no na fund sikakro war fund o man now ahot no activities going on ya call lockdown we need money in the sanka kwan wo na mi buebue kwan e fa so ya ye 58
but that same COVID now we can COVID also we made a lot of money eboa.
Yes, sika yenya o COVID. What the balance expenditure and yehia sa amere no. Say ya to man ni mu. Me tabi ana me rules committee chairman. Chana me the transport no dwuma pa. Hwe say ya to airport. Airport no ya kwadi loan e dey terminal 3. Obi passenger bia island ya ye 5 cedis per passenger. Thousands of passengers land at Kotoka International Airport every day. Say sika na edi tua sika e kwaje de be see terminal 3 no. Say ya close to airport close to about 1 year. Card a plane be land. It is 5 cedis per person. Yenya beam. Bank no so do obagye sika on kasi COVID aba ye close airport nti. Enya dia me nyimi sika. E say bank of sika no de kotua until say be airport na Ghana airport company be start.
Yeah, fine no. But I'm saying we analysis in that same breath. Who create impression say I say okay we COVID by say any say nti ahoche by. But I'm saying that can it from so nti say we COVID ne by no. For instance, the amount of money you took from the stabilization fund. IMF sika of the man.
What the match expenditure na ye close to buses in Yaduma plane and Yaduma income a drop or man you close down the country no sika we here e dey run in su free water aduana ye man crofo a teacher for na tifie ni etua wonka necessary I was say ye cancel one income tax na yam special package. Who can nyina bom now balance ya and to sika IMF and the World Bank and the best support you know because okay you do baby World Bank can sika the man COVID no more managing ye pa into almost $60 million say yam fan kan na yam fan support na near my na so ani so bi ma sika na sika no so ani e no mo bi kan because ni America jen say no nyame adom yenya 83 billion Ghana cedis ebetumi ama ya but yen entumi fa go 55% na ye pe no nti ye obi e external debt management and as external debt process and also IMF together with government of Ghana Ministry of Finance and so and nipa ye de won ka wa abonten make abonten outside Ghana no once yeguso ni o kasa say ebi be pene so na ya structure on debt no and as be a debt forgiveness be beba na etumi de yan abedu 55% because by March say IMF board ni be hia na omo mayen sa fund no na yetumi enya support 140 na Every bema me pese. Let me see about this technical support.
No,
what they are ban. Yes. Now because it is linked to this one.
We are be linking ya ko honum say. Nti mame ma honorable Samuel IP home so kakra na menko honorable Daniel Ashama na minti ono so ewo domestic debt exchange program. So far, a buying participation 85%. Sika man for Saranda edema buying 83 billion Ghana cedis. Minti o.
Yo, ABOAGYE. Michia need to for Nina.
Ejoso.
No more Ghana na brute. Yeah.
Ejoso.
Nyankopa. Indra na ye papa. Hitting a target. Me can say technically okay, but to me hit it. But socially no. Now, one for Ghana for to edge now, still picketing. Have we listened to their plight? A DNA ya catch. Because ABOAGYE no pay me bano. Only Professor Lord Mensa kasa. The consistency in churning out guesses. And Sisu ewo krom ha. And that has been the modus operandi of MPP 2017. Kambia no musisanya no mudada Ghana fosa ediya koshe ekaimo. They lie to us morning, afternoon, evening. Time akenu furata etiefo. The ediye bedru ekrom bebia ekodu se. Ghana untumin trianika. Ghana ya pamye Afri capital market. Ghana esese Ghana ba eyiri institutions and individuals no mun job musika fakotua. Ekaya dini se Nanado aban, Baomi aban, Kenofurata have been so reckless. They no mu spend yesika. Onse minia kase omampenyi kufo eja GDP at 26%. Agreed. Yeah, diko
debt to GDP.
Debt to GDP.
Yeah.
26%. Agreed. Yeah, diko 56 and now 58%. Agreed. What did we do with the money? Again, NDC did that a car busia yakobonu. Again, NDC cannot di. In the case of HIPIC, you are under conditionalities. Into your Mampenyu Kufon, you cannot undertake some capital projects. So he couldn't do it. So it is an opportunity for ensuing government say, O Mampenyu Kufon to me anyenu. Na se no ya physical space no. What should the successive government SSO ye? SSA Oma Omanu and grow. Because at that point, free HIPIC conditionalities. No. Now you have the opportunity to operate. Ofri munu enya no koji 780 million Eurobond. That was the first time Ghana yekoji Eurobond. So it means ekwena bie. It is ekwena bia. Ama wembra unkoda edi here. What do you have to do? So Mahama Atamils, they went at the end of the 8 years tenure, $3.5 billion Eurobond. The GA. Inti ye jisikanu yedi yedien. Ebini atuabo gas. Ebini 2 oil fields. 2 oil fields are ye 2 fan go in there. 10 and then 10 oil fields. Me paucho. They say na what to throw airport terminal 3. Yam falun bi anko. It is on the balance sheet of the airport company.
That is why
please, stop what you are doing. Stop what you are doing. And now ukasa no mintia.
No.
Please stop what you are doing. Let me talk.
I understand.
It's all correcting.
No. Mpacho, this correction, Mpacho.
Stop that.
But remember,
let me talk. What is the problem?
You ask
the
me
public
questions.
should judge.
No, he better ask me questions. The moderator asks
Very
me questions.
lazy government. Amuma Kasano Pabia. Stop that. We are talking on a public discourse.
All concessions.
Honorable
No government
IFP.
borrowed money for oil concessions.
Yes, okay, so I correct it.
Yes.
No government borrowed money for all these things. Become 455 billion. What did you do even in the expansion of the existing wells? We are talking about what we use money for, and for that matter, we have increased. So you first and call oil finds more. Argentina more and pay more because we still have oil. Why can't MPP do so? That is the question we should be asking. At times to be disaster can be new, and this new court office, Accra court office. First, I have friend Cocoa first. He did that. And then we move on. We have the what? The business processing centers by Mahama. And then we have digitalization everything. In the same place, under the same communication, we have fiber optic project from Boku to Ho. That is how the money was spent. We have KJTR market. That is how the money was spent. We have University of Ghana Medical Center. That is how the money was spent. We have Ridge Hospital. That is how the money was spent. Tell me what you have. Give me 10 examples of this lazy government. Busia yabua ye yira man for job musika and obeka say yem bonse mau a man for penesu say ye sika edi ma bang. A very incompetent abaya obeka Ghana for say onwa ye competent omunande ayiri nipa jisika no musi yem bonse mau. Where yiri institutions. And the repercussion of this, any near yani krase, time I'll be tria canwa we cranu, namunia bem. A lazy government that didn't look into the future. Oh, the shall come, and you say we should be praising you. The reckless expenditures are muya yanu, and untina yeti hande. Inti, when mukrana amase, obinmu esha se kasa. If you have achieved the 83 or 84%, what did you do for the individual bondholders? Eba Bubuanu and our finance minister Bubuanu say, you exempt us. And the minister of finance doesn't care. The MPP government doesn't care. Baumia doesn't care. They say exempt us. Exempt us as some and church remutiate and he said, according to say, they say who company mo kwesi ABOAGYE. Who has a say no? And assembly asi. And a company say, Wankasa no resigning. And now also catch a company say on pamu. These two statements no won susu aso. In susu aso ni say Wankasa will resign ya. Se company on triashi mau. Inti wudi wasemako wati ase say ne wa ye no enyantinu wudi wasemako. But se company no pamu a. Se company no pamu ase so triasi kabi mau. Do you get to that? So that is self-exempt and then asking the government to exempt you. Has the Minister of Finance listened to that? Upon their reckless expenditures? That is what has brought us this far. That we have been sacked from capital market. That we cannot sustain our debt. That we as Ghanaians, we are asking government, say, give us any 10 projects, sir. 455 billion Ghana cedis. What Bobusan of train They cannot show us. And we are here telling us playing musical chairs or singing melodies. Those melodies will not be accepted, please. Now, look at some of the reckless expenditures and another. I want to say, you know, every year, Parliament will request for the expenditures you did last year for you to get new budgetary allocations. So what are some of the expenditures? But I couldn't say, Nanado to meet appointee obi say, on your data manager. I want to share Tianika. What is the impact? What is the benefit to the nation? Nanado appointee youth ambassador for diaspora affairs. Tianika.
Data honorable.
Data ben a presidency SSA on Gada. Whilst we have Ghana Data Center. We have Ghana Data Center. As a member of communication committee, I know that. What type of data is the president gathering? Mahama Kra as the data center, Kakrakabi. And the Minister of Communication. So what data again is it collecting? National Identification Authority, Omagase Samusi Data Center. What data are they collecting? Have they told you? Do you know what data they are collecting and they are appointing people and paying them? That is a big question. Now you appoint youth ambassador for diaspora affairs. For Ghana. You paying these people. You appoint somebody for what? Policy associate. And you are paying from the presidency. You appoint somebody like chief executive for public sector reform, and you cry, but what is that has been the impact? Then you appoint somebody overseer of the National Cathedral, Utianika. Nyama di yaba baby aye drunu enuni oma chesika nadi. Nobody should tell anybody say free SHS no eka hu enka hu. Free SHS, it is all money. You see here. Into 455 billion. What have they used it for? You appoint somebody like church relations manager, president, church relations manager, Utranika, for what? You appoint somebody like diaspora church mobilization officer, Utranika, KWASI, Utia somewhere. Have they done value for money? Value for money analysis and Nanado Ejina 2016 or Kasafahu during the presidential debate that will do value for money. What is the value for money in the diaspora church mobilization officers' work to the nation's revenue mobilization? What about the what? Policy and coordinator analysts. What are they doing at the presidency and they are taking money? Then they appoint focal persons for the La Francophone. For what? Then you appoint technical director for La Francophone. For what? The same thing. Then coordinator special development initiative secretariat. For what? Director of special projects. Manager of operations and projects. Look at the type of appointment that government use our money for. Today we are asking, if 60 billion of Mahama, I can mention ministers and their job, the legacy job they have left. I will expect MPP and my brother sitting here when he gets his chance to mention 10 ministers and their legacy projects.
But Ebisa Musumunti Yimu and that Brad Norman Penida Mahama Suono, presidential staff at Pontium, there are so many people they did not also deserve to be even paid.
They should mention them. And let us mention this. Let us
no.
No.
And you know, debate, but
I was in Parliament then. The list comes. What did they say about it? What has Mahama, who has Mahama appointed that? Eti say, Bibi Kankan to say, diaspora there. Who has he appointed like that? And what are they doing? In there, Yakoikum, Nipanwa salaries. We are in debt today. So what are we telling ourselves? You get to that. So they have brought us to this bad situation. Ye woman there, ye bre. Na ushe nyama minya ekanina NNDC edifree say we have projects to show you what. And we have never been sacked. Okay, Rolling Stone Cross say 100 and something. No, but we have not domestically debt exchange. We did not take institutions' money. We did not take people's. We didn't do that. That is the clear difference. So why are you sending us here? Rollins nika kranu from wankasa buzia no timer e kama dia to honi a champon. Musi yentua Rollins ba power no what did he do? Were they not even moving students from university classroom to go and fix roads for cocoa to be brought from the hinterland? Meanwhile, all these debts were there. The debts were there. What have they done about it? So if he has been able to manage NIA domestic debt exchange, he has been able to manage and then hand it over to Omampenyi Kufuor. Omampenyi Kufuor went to HIPIC and then free honu NIA manuska. Yediya Kabia Chayen 6.4. They've taken the World Bank and IMF took off 4.2 billion. Yedika. So in 2006 to 7, our debt comes down to as low as 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. And then within 2 years, Omampenyi Kufuor Sabo Busia for 7 billion to Obekono. Now Kanu 9 billion. Do they ask that question? Do they ask him what he used the money for? These are some of the things that on the ground we have to question. Sika abambia tisunu eyo mind sika. Eyo bia sika. Inti sa ubo busia efa enuntinu. Inne yehu akwachinu. SSA manfo want to say Chief Justice for Obisa. Say, what did you use the money for? Obisa, what did you use the money for? That is a fundamental question. Busia yeo MPP for nasi busia nye. Omuba ba umian munyinasa omuba omumba busia. Na ube bobusiano. Ye na udi sekanu di ye. Inti na ye hu akwatri. A very shameful government. men who be there Ghana, people who say they are competent, in Doma be yiri ankre. Why won't the bank sign to it? Why won't some institutions, they have to sign? That is why I say, technically it is okay. Because we want these institutions to continuously operate by the shameful act of the government of the day.
2 minutes.
And then you ask yourself about the pensioners, people who cannot go out there to work again. How is government listening to them, the individual bondholders? Inti a car by a sunu, a car, nanado, baumia, any finance minister, almost shed it to horse, embranusa. Will you ask yourself the reason why Kenufurata actually the workers, every data bank, Ediako, finance ministry, any security exchange? Will you ask yourself whether this is a planned scam or not? Why should a minister be sent to the Ministry of Finance and then you carry your workers along? It is a game. It is a team. It was a team, or it is a team. They used to scam us today. And we are suffering. It is going to haunt all of us for so many years to come. But one of my catchers say, Omuni madie, omu wa mema, omu wa ona amutumi ye jubanu, omu amu mresunu, ene ni gwasien samboi, omu si yembon say, Finance Minister. But I will close again with the Professor Lord Mensah's statement. Inconsistency. And then faith in the capital, finance market or security market. Send a man for what GDA. You bet to me, SRDC Kalma Bino. And Nuna Kenoforatani Nanado ni Baumia Senunde. Ne Usa Katro Bise, Uncle Tabonda. How are they going to do it? Before Mahama leaves office, people were connecting their mobile phones wallet to their bank account. The transformation of banking, that shows how the nation was developing. In their corner, what is happening? And the MP people, they are not ashamed, including my friend sitting here, Honorable Epe. He is not ashamed at all. He will be defending this rot that has brought us this far. And I am not surprised. You see, this is a total mess, a total rot. But you see them defending it. Say, oh, where there, and yes, say, as some I seen then, obi nipa, or Ghana near or dom mine, or one muma as him, Sabika for as him, for I see ye. Ye a man for Joe Musica.
Medase. Well, news just coming in. Fitch downgrades Ghana's creditworthiness to deeper junk status. Assigns restricted default to government bonds. Honorable IP.
Yeah, Minya Kana or Chirase.
So two things here. Two things na person here, man.
You.
I'm sure say just rebut us be a person here.
Quickly,
that's So spend just about 2 minutes. Mention rebut us, no?
Yeah.
Now yemfa a Bank of Ghana for statement the buy.
Very well.
Yemfa link it. Technical advisor Leonard Chumo. IMF CC Obabe Boy now to build the capacity in the supervisory function in the account.
Yeah, Minya Kano. Okay, me and Chire at the back. NDC are buying Sika Waje was what the year. At some Yameti Anasus are trouble. But at trouble in very well, so man, Pehine that Akufo and no boy Ghana may discover oil. And oil I discover it's going to mean flare gas until I say it's your trouble gas. No man, Pehine Shasi. Crowd a year of feasibility study, secure funding, and sign if a bang bomber to na MPP you
never stop telling lies. You never stop telling lies.
No question.
You will never stop telling lies.
Hello.
You be MPP, you will never stop telling lies. Sinful people. Who need parliament and say China for my 1.5 million. Very shameful people say
if you don't pay attention, may you with you.
They will not stop telling lies.
No.
That is what is killing us. Why should they do so?
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this and papa, Cassia Bo, Kowaka Tamonsa, Amaya Sa, Cassia Waye,
Onye Yimu, the Cretrodo, Kamadin Kamadinibo,
Nita Fair,
my NTA. Kwasi Aboagye 100.9.
Kwasi Bonkwe.
No, but don't go.
Parliament. Honorable,
don't go there.
No,
don't use words like that. No.
Maybe your fifth parliament. Okay, you make your
Don't do that.
Fifth parliament.
And the person has said,
Marty,
withdraw.
Fifth parliament. And as I trouble gas issues, a buy, Neshase. I was there in the fifth parliament. It is on about six parliament. Not take by who say, Uncle really said, take document about parliament. You'll be able to say background information. Who read a bachelor baby at trouble gas a chassis fee. It don't make a poor good dam. MPP are buying, yes, see. And then Emma Power Baba my irrigation projects near the baby.
But I'm so saying when it comes to projects, you can list 1,000. But you only say 1,000.
I just want to mention flagship one, free one.
Okay.
For every senior high school in this country, every senior high school, we have a new structure. MPP are buying, yes, see. Because baby, our Marco school, some senior high school, Ghana, you go and find out. See, it's construction of thousands of roads. And that make room. I use now, if Accra, Aquacusin, some look at the construction. And then, when I was a construction worker, a coso, a bricketase, a coso, gross interchanges are whole, tamale interchange, yenya. For instance, Pokasi interchange, yenya, Takrade interchange, Obicha Bilamti. Projects are time or what?
Yeah.
And then when you go company physical project with you, BBT say Ghana card. Look at the quantum of money. I share Ghana card and the benefits. I want Ghana card. I send the Pokasi interchange. You cry, see, Madam, the winning man will be sir. But see, sir, Ukwaje IMF programmer. And yes, you can't cry over the mount. IMF program, young friend, funding, yes, it's a program. Program, it comes with funding and other amenities. Make up, I say. Now, me a workshop manager or Metro Mass, and a VDL, a DAF company, say, Obama and Bass. Now, what the buses about 150 buses? What we know, what the engineers, a car, at the manager of the manager and traffic system, a car, because it was a full package. What the my and your buses and what the my one more buses now more technical support a bit more sustaining buses now. Now once we make profit of what they are giving to you. So that be our investment and that's what the other share word and co waste. Ghana hey ya company be say Goil, Shell. There was support to now see fuel station now. One more technical support. Either say what the one staff I want to train Beba as manager and
this was requested by Bank of Ghana. This was requested by Bank of Ghana.
Exactly. And it's a package ABBA.
And yet part of.
It is part of the package. You can decide to request.
And yet part of the package.
It is part of the package.
From almost statement
of the package.
Almost say upon request.
IMF AMAO package. And now package. Now it's a request in 3 billion yen requesting. It's not part of the package.
No, I'm just saying on statement.
Exactly. Yeah. We requested for $3 billion. It's part of the package. Essentially, requesting the package, you know. This is a request that you make as part of the package. Into into Ghana, any expert. There are other countries. Once we work with IMF support, you work Ghanaian staff. I also IMF very crucial now. Or also what that part of the world or also a supervisor IMF Juma. Into IMF can decide it's okay. You work Ghanaian if you be to me about you will be with Kenya. Once only panel IMF staff. Now, what to me or what IMF can be decided say the neighbor no have technical support to protect their interests. 3 billion. When you what the man say you find any PBR. No, I was say you protect. Into reports and I say letter neighbor and can see. Even 2014, I'm not your call for IMF package. There was a technical staff attached to the package. Into any idea a baby for say yeah, at the end of the day, no. IMF and Kasana through among stakeholder a Switzerland organization be and abeba buana ya hwene ya fund na watumi ayaduma. Because me for say when he said you be say that action tin bia once it's not from us. Your organizations even kwesi wo hwe kura say o kwadi loan or bankers for a business. Na se sika no so pa bank need to me ema wo obi a ada say wo de beba no training no and our bank be recruit obi no ma training no me na be touch your business and to protect the bank's interest in your business. It's the other way you could economic experts and as a business expert kasa oh bebre pa.
Okay.
Me crown at the point in time because you load on my bankers for the thought tracks be. Me o she then recruit you be but omo ma me obi our bank wa na monitor the activities of the company so that your bank needs to be protecting the interest. Since yama ye etaisi nya dia ya de fufuru bia na mo mpa be dey say young modern sana yetumi secure about 83 billion Ghana cedis. Young external organizations are yes we the one kano enye Ghana ha no in dollar terms no so once one bra one na mu yedru one na say wotumi bua na structure one debt na ebetumi ama yetumi hit that 55% na ye hia no na Ghana etumi because March ya IMF board nishia just see yetumi meet condition no na March meeting no approval to me.
That's the Honorable IP, Mamima, Honorable Ashamambrim. But quickly, just a few of the comments. Taimu Ache, na Mima Honorable Sumbrim. And nothing is surprising under the leadership of President Kufuor-led government anymore. Their bad policies and programs had led us to where we are today. That is Enoch Edifri Asamankesi Odebai. Tete Osunyani says, fellow Ghanaians, gradually the economy will pick up as we can see that the fuel prices is coming down. As we, the city is also gaining some stability. That's from Sunyai and Odebai. No matter what people say or do, still Dr. Baumia will surely be Ghana's next president. That is one here from Abele Edifinungwa. Okay. Mama G Kaswa says our economy will bounce back on track. Ghanaians support the government and trust the process they are putting in place to bounce back our economy. Mama G, Kaswa, and Odia Nobai. You see, the NPP press conference is dead news. What happened on the 7th of February? Why are you reading it now? What is your motivation? You are being diabolical. Echo Jones, Kaswa. Echo, what are you talking about? Echo, this is your accusation. Yo. Honorable Shama.
Opening ABOAGYE.
So, Bank of Ghana for Krata.
Where's ABOAGYE?
Yes, sir.
And you see, I'll continue to make reference to Professor Lord Mensah's statement. The inconsistency in MPP is so worrying. And a hard dream said, who penny beer? What two abamanu say on show on Yamasun? Na in there. Ni techrema dani tisa busuma kutre dani ni kales just like that. Enyem pipi for ne kachre ye se omu de omu nko IMF kire se nkoda na egu ho. Kwesi ABOAGYE jaifu hwe na tie mi. Enyem pipi for ne kachre yen Ghana for se IMF for yen nkoda nti ye di ye nko ho. Inde enyem pipi for ne ko ho. Inde MPP for enyom nko na ko. Bank of Ghana sa churokrata say ya dream who can so for Akufo so ya get it say pinti no muma obi mehwe yesika so at your own request you are telling us today say IMF conditionality meanwhile the Bank of Ghana no enyo no na request already Ghana economy will bounce back and yes I no be send you message. But note that it is going to come back at a cost. It will bounce back at a cost. The cost is how we are going to pay. That is the cost. You will be using phone and make a call. You have that opportunity, and I respect you for sending that message. But those who knows about how things are going, they will tell you, Minia, Jainia Uka, Echrese, and feel free, Ghana for. So that is it. These are the people. They are telling us in there. So one kasa na efre IMF for. Me ba no wati say onia no e kasa nipa no kra e bibini o. Competent for actual letter. Meanwhile, we have banking and supervision division and the Bank of Ghana. We have it. These are the people. The incompetent is so alarming and glaring, like 12 noon sunshine. On natural letter, we hold them by their letter. The IMF more conditionality. We have a letter man so more a technical person. Ono the conditionality no da. Na IMF kra no wa approve. Board approval anyam baye. Board approval anyam baye. Inyama jinsem. Ghana for Nyama Jinsem under this MPP government, of which Baumia is the chairman of the economic management team. Yes, that is where we are today. Now, answer number we must say. In some projects are making all are under education and roads. And then the third one will be NIA and the Ministry of Communication. Only three ministries. And the Ministry of Communication and the Haruna and your Manibuama, we had the NCA Tower. Our airport in there. They've rented some to what? To banks. That is a prudent investment that can pay for itself. And Dr. Segbefia, please.
Ghana Maritime Authority Tower. Ghana Shippers Authority Tower. Go ahead.
And Wambo, me can Wambo. You are not prepared. You are not prepared for the interview. You are not prepared. You are not prepared.
Me cabin. What can you say? Project.
And Dr. Segbefia. And the Ministry of Health.
If you have the time, if you give me the time, I can mention thousands.
Shippers can say one man who went to me.
Honorable, you are not being fair to me.
Authorities are able to tell.
No, and the Ministry of Health, Dr. Segbefia. We have University of Ghana where there are Juma Kese or the legacy ones.
But any projects na me be your own team.
We are talking about Ghana money. We are here because of Ghana money and how that Ghana money was spent and the impact it is making in terms of government revenues for us to be able to pay our debt. No, they are the two parties. So we are
not discussing.
I said they are the parties that have been on the throne for which Ghanaians are insulting. NDC and MPP. But I said sorry to those people because yes, we are all Ghanaians, but there are people who can do analysis. And those who that is why we are bringing the projects Ediskaba. Project Ediskaba. And your project who appointee diaspora asofo. Audi Yesikatia. What is the revenue aspect of it? That is it. Into kwesi why I say who stop me say Mami Mbo project.
No, let me see him.
Why do you do that?
And we are not discussing.
So let me continue. You are giving me my time.
Yeah, but we are not discussing.
This is my time.
Yes, but if I give you time, you can't come and talk about your wife here.
I am not. Is Minister of Communication my wife?
I'm saying that.
Because you apologize to me.
No.
Apologize to me. You I'm talking about my wife. Have I even mentioned my wife's name here? Because you apologize to me. Because my wife is listening.
I am saying that when
my wife is listening.
I
say apologize to me.
She knows I love her. What I'm saying is, who can say me more time? I want to be fan.
Mama, do this. No, you've given me time. Say, I'm not spending time. And until I'm Africa about petrol boy say.
Me more time on a specific topic.
And I'm giving you, and you have to relate it. A topic cannot exist in isolation. It is interconnected.
Yeah, but
we are talking about Ghana's money.
Honorable
Vivi Kwete and the Minister of Transport. Go and see how about Terminal 3. So you mention ministries now who a Juma Maye. But in your when you wo say unknown to me in Kakra say in the year 2022, the governor of Bank of Ghana to me printed 44 billion the man buying. Or printing 44 billion the man buying against the laws of this country. And they don't care. Because the financial But please.
I buy no Bank of Ghana print this. Then I would
Nyabotre.
Before me back
the Financial Management Act of this country.
I don't Bank of Ghana print this scam.
Yes.
And this is
but 44 billion.
It is a low.
More people for
Bank of Ghana.
At 240 some way.
And
Wanyaji. You are the shameful people. 44 billion has been printed. Upon taking 13.25 billion of Eurobond, you continue to print money in this country. And that is what has brought us this far. Why should you do so? Muji Sikanu, are you calculating? Are you adding figures? Are you looking at how this money will be paid back? Are you looking at the revenue impact on the nation? These are the people, the very, very shameful government. Today, toll booths are not there. Today, if you want to go and reset those toll booths, you have to pay money. I don't know whether they have economic analysis. They don't. And that is why we are here. Very shameful government. Planting the future of our children, our great-grandchildren into a quagmire, a catastrophe. A very shameful government who never know shame. And they are continuing to defend the indefensible. Honorable IP. I say you love her.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's okay.
Yeah. Judith.
When I get home.
Judith.
Yeah, I'll do so.
Yeah.
I think we'll finish.
Yo.
Yeah, so closing remarks.
Yeah,
closing remarks.
You better each. You better Ghana for ase. And this is to only bondholders are what you say. You to me about 83 billion Ghana cedis are ever boa. My to me arrive on the 55% debt to GDP ratio. Best the external bondholders, other organizations are international organizations are here. The one can also be to me. Apeneso niare reschedule ye na tuma bo ne IMF and World Bank eguso ekasa amayem afei ye besre sa pensioners no wonya abotre aban ahye wonbo se wo exempt ho babo modern say any obligation ye kan fiscal obligation bibia we sa aban ne eye se na be ya pensioner otifie ebia akoto bond kakra ono nso ebia onyin tikura no onyin yare te say hypertension bi aka no ebia na diabetes bi aka no enam so ma ode etutu nunu kakra aban ahyebo se kwan biara obefa so na saa fono wo hore nko enkyere wo no aban ebefa so nti wonya gidi ewo aban no mu na wonye ntom se niama betu
na
aban kokota you aban attorney general be share court wa cheche be nya court asem asem a when I would sika come.
I'm saying so
abank so you can exempt yourself. We to me I exit from it. I won't go on. Now Matias. The normal can say I was sanka abank no akasa exempt one than they exempting themselves. Now what share ninti a no person abank exempt one na and you be a ding be a trust. Now what was when you abank ni say abank no bosha wa so we exempt one. Wow.
The sanity. Any abino, I don't know SMT, I don't know SMT. I don't know Casancho.
Men can say where exempt when there's no consequences.
When you're particular, and you I'm saying that Sassam na buying catch a pensioners. And I make us say, Sanity, dear. Omo buy say exempt you now buy exempt you. I don't want the same thing.
Abang exempt obia that your target we to me achieve. Inti be our first come first serve for no di can buy a bank so me exempt 2 I mean to me 82 billion na ma exempt 2 me 82 billion now so if but sense we exempt 2 into me so exempt me now fall below 83 billion and how do I move forward it is ya hwe the economy no agency ma we are bondo we are here dem ahyew inti you bet sere Ghana for little no bond holders no won ate ase da won ase won get person court no yi enya court asem definitely we court agreement on your bank into court because they go and comply with the agreement. And the agreement, government will be at the default. Until a chopper.
Okay.
See about settle the case we out of court now as we do to me. But a trust can I say over here say a bank can be diso. Now bank say show but am pa be diso. Into one tias now bank in Sundini bushes as we do.
Anobashama.
Yo, the MS is individual bondholders. Mama mumpa bomunye di. Na mungu gusu na mu ekatra na one ya go mu banks ni nyina mu
they am so close you
but they can do something. Okay. And for that knows what Ono ma go mu banks mu agongo no mu Dr. Kobnadu Fonsu mu susu mu ma mu mpa ebo mu nyedi na onyankopon onkas na mu a mu sika nyina kodidi mia bi susu a mu yiri especially one of musika kodi or data bank or mu nya musika mu ma mu mpa ebo mu nyedi mpa na yesro mampanyi susu in this 2023 reckless expenditures no embra form na yensi la general hospital because kwesi you can't just fathom, you can't just think far. The Omampeni operational enhanced activities 9 months or spending 59 million. How much is to be used to build la general hospital? How much? These are the questions. Nekata ni batteries in 9 months 15 million. Etie for MPP for amusi MP. Tire o mo amuto tires wa boso kan. Omampeni ni car battery tires 9 months 15 million Ghana cedis. When munyina no mumpa mampanyi chow. Ena ni fuel nkwa 51 million o. Mampanyi fuel opipi edwenu ba ko anya sa na mo frɛ no kwesi. Mpɛsɛ mi ka twi na yehu wona mo fafo no mo frɛ no no mo hu sɛ no mampanyi SCT Jubilee House ɛsɛ sika petrol nkwa opipi edwenu ba ko 51 million. Now Koshia, Vice President to ni the agent emergency activities. Now acquire 4 million. Opipi 9. Please, more MPP for the year cast some amount percent. Anuntina acquire sa sorry I okana ocho adia hu or sofo kano. Sorry MONTIE. More MPP for my entie. Mu abrabo born intina yeti has a sea. Yako yira man for job musika. Inti mi to amanfofo munye din na yen to amanfofo inti muma yen sro mampanyi he says so such as appointment fufuro ye ka se sika no nsun ye no usa yi amanfo ba obesa tie omusika the sreganafo man bom pai na yen sro mampanyi sika no enye ne dia nyina ye dia te obesa sika no se a on kai se ne nananom mbenya daachi. Na MPP for susunu when you are debating, debate your government. Your lazy government Emaya Bokanu, debate your government. Don't be debating me as Daniel Kwesi Ashama. Do that so that we don't lose more money. We are in a dire situation. A liter of petrol this morning I bought 15 cedis 25 pesos. How on earth? ABOAGYE, how on earth? Not gallon. How on earth? And the people who told you that they are competent, how? And they don't feel any remorse. They don't feel shame. They continue to move on the street, driving to go and defend this rotten governance.
May that say, Honorable Shaima.
Nation records 0 cholera case.
Ona see a kanye.
Discuss.
No,
shaping the nation.
So she'll be shaping with you.
Go and shape yourself.
Topics na media call. If you make other radio stations and TV so crowd na metie mu kan say acha no num ne fa na ma sha see the newspaper review na ba nti mu ye edikan a mu dikan e wo ba bia nti ya be srem
na yeka
discussion segment no so mo ntwemre ni anka 8:30 na ma share discussion segment na se na anka mu di other programs nyina ni mu no discussion section no so emra 8:30 so mo starting at 5:30 na mo dikan na discussions number 8:30 then no mo dikan me mo ma ba so
enyo mu na ye tie na ye e wo kamu ne azo mo ka ni da u tie na ka
me that's it Honorable Ashama me that's papa Honorable Dana Ashama former member of parliament for Buem, NRT Honorable Samuel IP, former member of parliament for Ayensu Anope, need 100.9 Ghana Muntie, so I know I should go and pay for it on my CV. I'm sure we'll take just a few calls. Nah, yeah, sorry. And your message is in so I'm saying, call. Program. Sami Buachi Asamanka says the NPP-led government under the able leadership of President Akufo-Addo will overcome the challenge, and indeed, we have a message to sell. Where is the NDC message for the 2024 election? And this one from Kablanvi from Pokwasi Benghazi says, if Ghanaian pensioners wants to have peace, live long, to the fullest and enjoy their retirement benefit, then they should make up their minds well and vote for GM and the NDC party. That's Kablanvi, Edifipokrasi Benghazi, and Odebai. Pichi Pichi Brim from Abranco says it's a big haram for GM to be the president of Ghana again. The second coming of everything is West. Yes, leave Ronaldo alone. Bukala Jonas Adia from Keri says, please tell Honorable Shama to tell us their policy alternatives than the consistent blames and accusations. The same ordinary Ghanaian they seek to be fighting for are interested in their alternative policies. That's Mukala Jonas Adia from Keri and Odebai. Meshaka Santi Abuso Khan says, chop and corrupt government like Nanado government, who will vote for them again, tria and again. Tell Honorable IP to stop annoying us this morning. Meshaka Santi from Abuso Khan. Kwesi, anything wrong with someone from another country heading or working in a government agency or institutions? Because I know most Ghanaians are also working and heading government agencies and institutions in other countries. What about that one too? Noah, the Aki builder, and Odi and no Ebaye. So we take a few calls. Now, yeah, sorry, so I'll pay 0302. Let me just see. 0302-243-540 and 0302-257-900. Yemfa calls. Morning.
Morning.
And where how's it?
No media, why not from you? No, I'll call in and I could find the Aboagye. Mammy, Medin the Nokrasa and the Casa Africa, so there be a MPP to the container no more Migina. Mamintia, as St. Peter, Honorable Ashama, the will be on Yaminkano, Namicha. Dr. Dofo, now what to project you so much to Nebresono, you seek a some agent brandy, and 18 years company for personal when the news are doing, and Namma Kurugu or the Mukabina, or 1 year, then you call in Santa Nabaya, and then more our community, or looking at this. Only our now system. So with here, I repair. Our MP, our Yenswan, went me on Fashi, and found Quancoma, a Yenswan of 4. Then, that's you know, defending and no Kufado. And the one and no Kufado in the Bushia, and did Okuno party, where any. And Brian and no Kufado in the Bushia, and the way to the party, where any. And Brian and no Kufado, who got you, when you are movie. Then, that car, what the other year, my gun, so say you see, Cano. See, a net pensioners. Yama, many a papa no my bro, what genuine some of history, and do music out to bank, no, what they are and yet to Montie, Jew music as woman summer, no one of the I pay what better I won't defend, undefendable. Then can we take out the hobby and about where for I want some for Sobia Mawa, and think I will be defending. And more MPP for Munya Badaye, and young one send the most Sika, I know my penny for what on 510 billion. And when they talk, oh, you educate them now, and next go who you should have now the pensioner seeker, and I'll be sacrificed to my Ghana. Now, about the year and take away away. Or my penina no for the dear Ramo.
May I see my engineer, you say, Okaka, no trash, no be sure about Kevin, Mr. Morning.
Good morning, Minia, Bema, I will see Aboagye.
What's the frozen?
He did the callings, I'm a casa free. I'm a mole, bet me a friend, taboo. No. Hey, Mamichia Doctor Papanatu 4, then a mini and a kind of Embrace and in a single decade as a former finance minister. I want to project in so dear NDC, any Ghana 4, you could trade because at the path Dr. Ham or Baptist, you want to book constituency, and I am Mammy and Spring Akurugu. Kwesi, what can simply share or program your program a quick papa? Ghana 4 should see. Now, Mestre. We see you in a my Ghana ye.
Share a banya koye say, to see a more set for crampo sebi. Your life is in danger. Because what the one, Opa, adia ne program is so solia. Kasa di we party a meka nye, a am pass when ye, ye because we yan TCB. Yena was a barista. Because you pension years, a busy Ghana Pocosemuda. You run Martin, on your banyan and nanti, past 6 years. What's the message? Bain a banya, Omode Kono, and what's the message? Omode Kono, I did it. And you look at Mokano, who's so bad at Petroso, Ube Magana, as it's in 1 year, Ube develop Ghana within 3 months, Ube Yamatono, and then question, when you're back time, when you're a branch here, when you're just say, I get you what, not to know Yankupon. Yan say a man paying a kufado, Yan cook your to drain him, Yan fasting. Yan ko some brand no be him as president of the republic. We na so bad to put sika ho by sebi. We you mind. We be sika. We ne a ho tire BC Canada and your name. Me dem say change bia wona fe 2024. Insha Allah. Ghana for best somewhere sano. No matter about my NDC say boom.
Meda say hello. I say minyo. Okay, I'm on any cost to Kakram.
Okay, if I don't say,
Into you.
Opportunity there, I may find Tiama, Alahaji, Bonaba, our well, my men called them, my men to us, a big alum, my men channel. Like I can't person me can pay you say. Bra, they say near my cost is here, no, and near man Koyi, that's the Kufado, and it's into the Mamecanesa. As some of them, Buntina man, and confirm a chum committee to Yamono. Mesha, young man, pensing. Ah, Mukokra, boom. Ah, Kayasa, Umukrana, Bayan, Kayasa, was signed at the Bibitum Womuno. They say, Omuni, Aquati, or more tax. I are them. Of Aquasi, yet to a Maimuha, and a President Kufado. Ebeka Ghana for say, Ghana for Mr. Monto Abamame, and you do say you're near to Abamano. Abano Kayan to a man at once you. President Kufado called 3 times and a Ghana for whom Mobota no. Aban Reyes to a buyer at the mouth. Ebia said the tickets and this for Tisono, Sikawa Hono, Ebia Nessican, who be a scanner. Aqua said, it's yet to Abama, not Yahubia, Ghana Sicano, and a Ghana for you say you're near to Abama President Kufado. Yet Obama President Kufado, yeah. And then Ghana, yeah. Of a quasi, the Ghana for your 3 year per Ancasa, the Serbian intimate Janet, that's the President Mama, so a more bag near 1.5. The same another time, the same more bag here, almost 600 and cost 700. I find the echo. President Kufadi, but that's all near to Fulham. It's Amamuno, then I can't Ghana for. Ghana for to Obama, I think I hope I hire you. I said to Obama, I said, I hope I have Ghana for so. The Ghana for say, when you have for your blue can I some 2024, Mumia to Bantiaba, when I buy a matter of a boy, because Grandma America.
May that say, my engineer, dear. Morning.
Hello?
Yeah, morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir, Udi.
You're from because
okay, into you.
So, Janko BMW. Oba, now, the impossible by a banana. I make any almost a gun for you. Intimio. I'm going to for you. Actually, and say, Mugan so back of my baby. Now, a friend saying, the Omo Cafe, and another, or the Cassie, a topic to air say, Petro didn't come, Mamma, it's your Petro man, it's a light woman, it's our type of man. It's a rare, I'm not so funny, or you figure upon your fambra. Yanka say, yeah, I'm not so easy figure for no. Then I phone your first. And this is for Mugamushon Casay. All right.
I mean, find a chat across near Facos, Nissian Sarsuna, your mind entertainment Ghana, Jimmy Dino Sumra.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm Patrick Frozen.
Your family did it, but you know, so nice.
Thank you.
But see, if you so obeying a could do your politics and no one. When we say we are still for that away, your pa. President here, seen a man who could do any confidence when you move. Seen a man campaign messages here. What they say you want resources for Ghana, ha? They say, and yes, accommodating. No pay, not if the NPP women impose low pay. Open me for ban obedience and for betting nothing. Not pay, senior kind of that say you won't see me. ɛnyɛ no hwee gye sɛ ɔmampanyɛ yɛ n'adwene sɛ ɔmfiri ta pɛ sɛ ɛyɛ o sɛ baabi a yɛsi yɛsi asɔre dan yi sɛ dan bebree na ɛwɔ hɔ wɔabubu no nyinaa ayɛnvɛsi sika wosi na ɔde asɛm nie woyɛ adwuma woyere wo nso ɔyɛ adwuma koraa a ɛnyɛ yie wokɔtɔ adeɛ tɔn a wobɛkɔ biom no de wo mfa sɛ ntumi nkɔtɔ biom nso wohyɛ yɛ bɔ sɛ ana medɔ papa yi pɛ sɛ wodɔfo daadaa wɔɛyɛ o na medeɛ me npp o ndc o mentɔ aba bio mu da me kɔsala nkɔtɔ aba na obi ne ne yere ne n'abusuafoɔ nkɔdi deɛ na saa da no mewɔ fufuo no madi ne mabue nea mɛyɛ a mɛso mɛnya sika gu bɔtɔm adɛn na mo ndwene selfish interest ɔmo dwe ɔmo pɛ ne ɔmo yere mu ho wɔbɛka asɛm dedededede de akyerɛ yɛn ɛnyɛ akokodoro agye w'akyi wɔdisappoint yɛn sei
That's
wɔbɛfa yɛn nkyɛw o
that's it. Yɛn fancy anam see anope nchia kɛseɛ nkɔma ɛyɛ Alexander Kwesi Dankwa Dako Samankes Royal House na wo ene wa oda ye ma chinkwa ma oda shronko so ura Alexander Kwesi Dankwa Dako Samankes Royal House. I'm sure say woni mu na obeto ne nkra no ma ne chinkwa na wa na fiapa so ye ma ne chinkwa na oda wodi ne no ya mi sha no papa ura Alexander Kwesi Dankwa Dako Asaman. Wow, Frey, many sopa. God willing, tomorrow we'll be here to continue with our story.